Go
Good
live.
evening. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to a very special edition of We Poetry. We're coming to you live from Manila, Philippines. I'm Indigo Pai. I am your host. And tonight, you are joining us as we celebrate our first month as a family. Can you believe it? Time flies so fast. I can't believe it. And I co-founded this thing. We Poetry started as an idea. We had less than a week to put it together, a single laptop, um, technical difficulties, which also happens at actual live games. It's incredible to see how far we've come in a month, and I'm so happy you have come to join us tonight because we have an entire roster of incredible artists from all over the world, homegrown, of course, and otherwise. And this is such a special night. But first, more than anything, I have to thank our sponsors who have been there since day one. Um, that's Z Hostel in Makati, Tambayan Gastro Bar in Malate, Dream Wide Awake Coffee, and Expat Choice Asia. You'll have to forgive the dogs. Again, this is a live show in the middle of a pandemic. But um, again, tonight we're home. Tonight we celebrate art in each other's homes wherever we are. And so for our first artist, we're going to fly to Mexico. Wait, to America. Although she's also from Mexico, I'm sure she's from Mexico.
I'm not from Mexico.
Our first artist is an American 20-something bisexual Latinx poet, activist, and actress from Austin, Texas. She has published 2 books available on Amazon.com, including the collection Ink Stained Hands. Currently, she resides in rural Missouri, where she was doing her best not to go completely feral. As always, poetry keeps her sane. We Poetry audience, I would like you to give a warm welcome to my friend, Miss Ana Ramirez.
Oh, is this where I talk now?
Hi, Anna. Thank you for joining us.
Hi. Okay, hi.
All right, the
So
stage is yours.
I'm actually going to be reading from my most recent book, Uncertainty. As you see, it's an actual book. Pretty exciting stuff. So I actually prepared like 3 poems from this book. Like I looked through all of it. I was like trying to decide like which ones I actually wanted to highlight. That was awful. So the first poem I'm going to be reading is called Closure. I kind of wrote it while I was kind of going through like this weird, funky feeling when you're just like thinking about like your ex and you're just like, maybe it would be a good idea to call that ex back up, and then you're like, maybe not. So that's this one. It's hard to remember why you're a bad idea. My heart aches in its chest for what we were, not what we ended up as. How we used to be so close, all the secrets we spilled with each other in a low light. You're the best 5 years of my life. You were the worst 5 years of my life. You brought me flowers, and it's cliched every time I remember. I like to think I've moved on, but part of me is still stuck on what we were. Part of me wishes it had ended differently. Part of me wishes that there was a proper closure. Sometimes you don't get it. Sometimes you remain stuck on it. Stuck on how things could have been. Stuck in that small Austin apartment. Sitting around in my sundress, how my hair was in loose waves, the way the sun beat down on us. Austin holds my heart still. Part of me, my heart will always be stuck there. I don't think I'd go rushing back into your arms, but part of me likes to wonder where we went wrong, where we could have went right, what we could have been, what we should have been. Your ring remains at the bottom of Lake Travis. I chucked it in there when we got the chance on a boat with some friends and the summer breeze on my skin, the warm sun. If I close my eyes, I can still picture it. The final days of summer when we closed the chapter on us forever, But I didn't know it then. I didn't know it until later. What I didn't know haunts me still. What I long to know haunts me. We could have been amazing, my love. My love, we could have had it all. Oh, my love, you could still be my love. You could still have it all if you wanted. What you don't know will haunt you forever. I'll make sure of it. Every time you walk around the city, remember that it was once ours. Remember that froyo shop that was our first date. Remember that fast food joint we skipped school for. Remember the comic book store we held hands in. Remember the park we made out in. Barton Springs was so pretty when it was ours. It still is so pretty. Sometimes I go by there still. It's nice to think about the city that was ours. When we held hands on our hike, stretching out on our first apartment, you showing up at the ballet studio, kissing my shoulder, a whole life that was once ours. It seems so distant, difficult to imagine another life with someone else. After imagining a life with you for so long, I spent years trying to close the book on us, writing poem after poem about us, imagined our future, how I told you everything about me. I remember things about you. I remember the sketchbook you showed me, the drawings of me from a distance. You were embarrassed. I was embarrassed. I thought she looked nothing like me. You insisted in pointing out every feature. The synced up with hers, I still couldn't see it. You made me seem so beautiful. You made my artwood frame look graceful. My bony chin look like a model's. My dark eyes look seductive. I still don't know if I could ever see it, but that was how you once saw me. Gorgeous, lit, beautiful. How could I ever imagine another life when you drew it out so perfectly? Feet up on the dash, wind in my hair. It was beautiful, like a scene out of a coming of age film. Perhaps that's why we never got closure. When the film ends, that's all we get. I aged. Perhaps it makes sense that we ended so abruptly. I aged out of the film. We may never get closure. The end of the film will always be unfinished. And that was that one. And the next one I wrote after, like, well, I didn't really write immediately after, but like I wrote it when I was reflecting on meeting Taylor Swift like 2 years ago now. And I was like, this is just what came out. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to write this down. So this one's called Grace. Her face is perfectly symmetrical. I've seen her in photos, but never in person. And somehow she's even more beautiful in person. The way she says we're beautiful, I can't understand how she's real. She's Grace personified. The way she says my name, I can't help but brag about it. She's got a voice that could rally a stadium. She doesn't need anything but her voice. Does she know that? Spring used to be my least favorite season, but now I can't enter it without thinking about her, thinking about how kind she was. How she didn't need to remember my name, but
50
she
minutes
did.
can. Wait lang.
How she didn't need to compliment me, but she
Or
did. No
sige.
other concert I think about more than hers.
Like,
Everything I ever thought I needed. I remember the glint in her eyes. Can you keep a secret?
hindi, okay lang.
As long as she was the one to ask. Oh, what happened? What just happened?
Nothing happened. Why?
I could have sworn I saw something strange going on the screen. I was like, what? I got
I'm so
distracted.
sorry. I'm so sorry. No, nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Okay, I got distracted by that, and I was thrown off my game. As John Mulaney would say, I was thrown off my rhythm.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Maybe you
Where
can.
was it?
Maybe you can do your second piece for the second time, just so your game would be back in again.
Do what?
Wait, no, I'm so sorry.
Hey
'Cause
everybody, sorry we had a little technical glitch there. Somebody didn't mute their mic or something. Anyway, Anna, I'm so sorry. Can you start that over because you were talking about Miss Swift, which is very important.
Yes. Yes, I
Yes.
was. It is very important. Okay, so let's start back from the beginning because I got completely thrown off my rhythm there. Her face is perfectly symmetrical. I've seen her in photos before, but never in person. And somehow she's even more beautiful in person. The way she says that we're beautiful, I can't understand how she's real. She's Grace personified. The way she says my name, I can't help but brag about it. She got a voice that can rally a stadium. She doesn't need anything but her voice. Does she know that? Spring used to be my least favorite season, but now I can't enter it without thinking about her. Thinking about how kind she was, how she didn't need to remember my name, but she did. How she didn't need to compliment me, but she did. No other concert I think about more than hers. She is everything I ever thought I needed. I remember the glint in her eyes. Can you keep a secret? I remember how I tripped over myself trying to assure her that I'd keep her every secret. Anything she told me, I'd take it to my grave as long as she was the one to ask. As long as she was the one to ask, I'd do anything she asked of me, as long as she was the one who asked. I can't find the words to ask her for what I want. She's just so incredible, holding captive anyone she meets. Doesn't she know that she's incredible? Doesn't she know I'd do anything for her? She's just that kind of wonderful. She's grace personified. I can't imagine a world where I didn't fall for her. She's just that kind of woman. And what more can I say? She's a step above beautiful, impossible to escape from. She preoccupies the mind, ensnaring anyone. Is it any wonder I travel miles for? She's constantly at the front of my mind, impossible to escape. And my God, I hope to never lose her. And there was also one more I had, and oddly enough, it really is just happened to be a progression from each one in the book. So this final one is I thought, I confess. And this is actually a second part to a different poem, but the other poem is really dark and I don't relate to it anymore. So chucking it out the window. And I wrote this to replace it. A year ago, I wrote a poem about how I missed wanting to be alive and how the thought had hit me like a truck. It's no longer my default setting, and things change so quickly. I've been running out of options, like my life was not in my control, and traced it all to my headspace. Damaged goods, they call it. Doesn't it drive you crazy? Pretentious flows about how time isn't real, and some days it still doesn't feel real. Some days I feel like I'm floating through space, like even quantum physics can't understand. It's just an illusion, and I am in control. It itched at me, and it itches at you too. A desire for that control. Hope it's good. Hope the illusion does us good. And I talked about hope, how I once dated a girl named Hope just to keep hope around, and how I missed the feeling of hope, how I missed what it felt like to have that fling. I threw the necklace that she gave me away, but now I have new ones. I wear them every day. I missed dreaming, and I missed hope. The feeling had hit me like a truck. My big dreams had shrunk somewhere between 14 and 22. In my mid-20s, I now know where my big dreams were. Good God, I hated my fantasies. My big dreams held the future. I trust my judgment better now. And I'd be stupid clever, that is. I have a home. I've been home. Her arms are all I dream about now. Now that I know what home is and what I'm longing for, it's always been up north. Go north, my young friend. Discover what hope is again. Don't bother with waxing poetic about death. It really wasn't worth it. And who cares if sinners don't go to heaven? You aren't the sinner you think you are. You find salvation in our love. You are reminded that love is real. And you remember why we lost our minds. The confessions used to draw out of me, free flowing, never stopping. Now I'm capable of pause. I have confessed these things, that I missed wanting to be alive, that I missed home, that I missed big dreams, that I missed my escape, and I missed control. And I confess that I was afraid of what comes next. And I no longer fear what comes next, because what comes next is that I head home to her arms. And like I said, this is available on Amazon. There's more in here. And that was pretty much it. That's all I have.
Oh gosh, Anna, that was incredible. I mean, I'm
Thank
already
you.
familiar. I'm already familiar with your work, but that was just astounding. Also, that book. But so, when did you start writing, though?
You what?
When did you start writing?
Oh my God. I've been writing like forever, since I could hold a pen, really. Like probably about like 3, I started like writing, but like around 5, like I started writing, like I realized, oh, I could use this stuff to write stuff down and write stories out, and I just never stopped.
Well, yeah, because other than poetry, you read other things, right?
Yeah, like nonfiction stories and fictional stories and essays for classes. The
Okay,
essays
but
for
I really,
classes are the least inspired.
yeah, yeah, I can see why. I can absolutely see why. But I really want to go back to your last piece because you said that it doesn't affect you as much anymore. So you're able to read it without with less with less baggage. It's more you reading a poem really instead of just being mad about it. But how do you find the balance between pieces that you wrote at a certain point in your life and bringing them back to like
Girl,
now
I'm
reading fiction?
ADHD. I really can't parse that much at once. I need that broken up.
Ah, yeah. It's just how did you manage to read that poem after Sans the Feeling? You were saying that it doesn't affect you the same way anymore. So
Yeah. So when I start, there's actually a poem in there about like how I write my stuff, but every project starts in this one headspace, and generally it ends in a completely different headspace. And each thing that I do, like it's just running through like this headspace, and by the end of it, I might not even relate to what I wrote previously before. And I think it's just about constantly evolving and changing as a person too. Like you're always growing and you're always learning new perspectives. So you're always going to not relate to what you wrote like a year ago or even 2 years ago, because the way you feel is always going to be different when you look at it again.
yeah, I understand that. It's interesting because you had that approach towards your last poem, and then I also felt you during your second poem, the one about dinner, where you were just like rainbows, like yes, I love her. So is it the same that way too for you? You also have poems that no matter what you go through in life, they're going to always mean the same and feel the same?
I don't know. If I
Mm.
ever write something like that, that'd be impressive. But there's been times when I've read a poem, I'm just like, I can't believe I wrote this, because I just don't relate. Just like, girl, what the hell are you talking about? And yeah, I haven't ever like written anything where I'm just look back at it. I'm just like, yeah, I absolutely relate to that still. I totally still understand the headspace I was in at the time.
Yeah, I think we can all relate to that. Thank you so much for joining us. Isn't it? It's like 5 a.m. for you, isn't it?
No, it's now 6:30 a.m.
Oh,
which
good
which is
morning. I hope you at least
which
had
is
some
still pretty
coffee.
early.
I
Yeah.
hope you at least had some coffee. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you
It was
join us
nice to
again.
join you guys. I hope so too. It was nice hanging out
Yeah,
with you
so
guys.
where can people read more of your work? Where can people buy your book? Go ahead, plug away.
Yeah, that's all on Amazon. So I found the best way to find it is just to type in Ink Stained Hands, Anna Ramirez, or Uncertainty, Anna Ramirez. Like if you wanted to buy that poetry book, that's what you would do. And that is actually the best way to purchase it. For a while there, I was also giving away like signed copy. Well, not really giving away. I was selling them for less than the price on Amazon, but that's not an option in this current climate. If this ever goes away, then yeah, I probably would go back to doing that. But right now, Amazon.
Okay, and then do you have like Twitter, Instagram, anywhere people can read your work or follow
Yes,
you?
I have a Twitter and Instagram that I hardly ever use. Irresistibly Anna is for both of them. And I have a Tumblr account, which is mostly dedicated to Taylor Swift, but occasionally I post poetry, which is writing pages.
All right.
And
Thank you so
admittedly,
much,
I would
Anna.
not recommend the Tumblr account. I would definitely recommend the Twitter account because I'm slightly more professional on it.
I think every writer can relate to having a little bit of a space where you just let everything in your mind like unfiltered
Yeah.
and raw go. Thank you, Anna. Have a nice rest of your day. Good morning.
You too. Oh, wait. I just said you too, and then I realized it's like PM over there.
Alright, I think
Right.
that works.
You guys have a good night.
Alrighty. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that was Anna Ramirez from America. And I always love hearing from Anna because she always has such fascinating stories to tell. And her poetry is never one note, which is incredibly fun for me. Um that sorry. I actually want to thank our sponsors again. Um Z Hostel in Makati, Tambayan Gastro Bar in Malate, um, Dream Wide Awake Coffee and Expat Choice Asia. I also really want to thank everybody that's been with me since the beginning. Because again, if you're just joining us, this is We're Home. This is our fourth week. This is our first month as the pioneering global, live online open mic for poetry. And we're really grateful to everybody that's been with us on the journey so far. If you're new to the stream tonight, welcome. If you are a regular watcher, welcome back. And so we're going to get back to the poetry. Our next artist is actually somebody. We went from the States and now we're flying back to the Philippines. Because our next artist is actually somebody that I have um, wrote before. She's, I think so far, she's the youngest guest we've ever had on Me Poetry. Um, so our next artist is a grade 12 student aspiring to be a successful psychologist in the future. She may be young, but she aspires to lead and inspire her fellow youth to protect and be mindful of their mental health. Poetry is a new sunlit path she's slowly exploring. So everybody, I hope you enjoy me in welcoming Gach from the Philippines.
Hi.
Hi, Gach.
Hi. Hello.
Welcome to Me Poetry. The stage is yours.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you talaga. So this will be my first time to perform online, and I'm quite nervous actually. Whew. I hope I do good since I've prepared only two pieces, and these pieces are actually na-perform ko na siya before because I joined a competition sa school and sa isa ko pang org. So I hope you like it. And should I start na ba? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Okay, so this is entitled Kalungkutan. Ang kalungkutan ng aking kasiyahan. Minsan sinasabi kong lugmok ang aking emosyon, ngunit ewan, masaya ako sa tuwing nalulungkot, nasasaktan. Tila isa siyang bisitang lagi kong inaabangan. Ang kanyang halik, ang aking hinahanap-hanap, ang kanyang yakap, ang nais kong bumalot sa akin sa malalim na gabi kung kailan lumalabas ang mga alitap-tap sa kanyang yapos. Laging nais kong magubli sa kanyang tahanan, laging nais kong umuwi. Kaya tila isang musika sa akin, tenga ang bawat tikbi, tamis sa akin ang alat ng pigapti, lambing sa akin ang bawat singhal, at hangin ang bawat hingal. Ngayon teka, huwag mong isiping ako'y may depresyon kaya ako nagagalak sa tuwing nalulumbay dahil sa totoo lang ay hindi ko rin alam. Dahil hindi naman lahat ng malungkot ay ayaw nang bumangon sa kama at gusto na lang tumihaya sa buong araw. Hindi lahat ng nakayuko ay nalulunod sa sariling mga ideya. Hindi lahat ng hindi ngumingiti sa tuwing lahat ay masaya ay may pinagdadaan. Tipong wala ka pa nakakain, ay busog ka na. Ngayang mga simpleng detalye ay madali mong makalimutan na aabot ka sa puntong kapag tinanong kay Hana lang ang iyong kayang itugon. Minsay kawalan pa ng ekspresyon. Yung halos lahat ay nakapalibot sa iyo. Ngunit sa loob-loob mo'y walang laman. Tila isang kulang. Alas 5 ka na matutulog, ngunit alas 7 pa lamang ng umagay dilat na ang mga mata mo at katawan mo'y ayaw pang bumangon. Nais pa niyang magtaklob ng kumot na tila ba ito lamang ang yakap na kaya niyang makuha. Maging ang unan ay maaari ng ibilad sa basa ng mga luha, ngunit wala. Hindi mo kayang iangat ang iyong katawan upang masinagan man lang ng araw. Naiirita ka pa kahit sa mga simpleng bagay. Mga sa kakaunting ingay na ikaw mismo ang lumikha ay ayaw mong pakinggan. Hindi ako tiyak, ngunit nais kong ikwentong nanaisin kong makagawa ng dagat gawa sa balding-balding luha. Ulap gawa sa kumot ng sariling yakap. at tahanan para sa mga laging nililisan. Ako lang ata itong kakaipal sapagkat ako lang natutuwa sa tuwing nalulumbay dahil mas pipiliin ko mga luhang raragasa sa pisngi kaysa ngumiti. Mas pipiliin ko ang dibdib na nimikip na tila pinipisa kaysa sa pusong sumasabog sa tuwa. Pipiliin ko ang mga di malamang bagay na gumagapang sa aking sistema sa tuwing ako'y naiinis kaysa kiligin sa mga halik na matatamis. Pero sa totoo lang, kung tutuusin, kung tatanungin ng puso at walang halong utak, nakakapanibugo ang maging malungkot ang kanyang pagdating. Siya itong bisitang gagambalain ka sa iyong katahimikan, dudurugin ng bawat masasayang alaalang iyong pinanghahawakan. Babarilin niya ang bawat gwardyang nais protektahan ang iyong kaligayahan. At dahil sa walang awat niyang pagdalaw, natutunan ng pusong habag na sa kanyang piling makampante kaya ko siya niyakap ng buo. At doon ko natutunan gawin siyang tahanan. Tahanan na hindi kailangan maging pisikal kundi isang pakiramdam na kahirap ipaintindi sa mga magbababaw. Dahil sa lahat ng nais kong manatili, siya itong ayaw ko, at siya lang itong hindi ako nilubayan. Hindi ako iniwan. Kaya kung baliw mo akong ituturing dahil sa forma na aking kasiyahan, ayos lang. Basta ako, may tuwang nararamdaman. Oh my God! So, ayun na nga. That's my first poem. I mean, yeah, first piece. And my second piece is entitled Balisang Tuliro. So, ayun. Balisang Tuliro. Isang dapit-dapit. Habang naglalagas sa mga natatanging dahon, ako yung kinapa. Nais ko lang ay maging mapayapa, ngunit bakit ganoon? Ang iyong pagkaganid ang humatak sa akin upang mahulog sa malalim na balon ng pag-iisip. Nilunod mo ako sa kung anong maaaring mangyari. Maaaring mawala, maaaring mawasak. Question ko kung paano ang bawat salita ay malikhaing magagamit ngunit hindi may pagkakaila na ito na isa itong mapagpanggap na papuri. Ikaw na siyang pinapalayas ang bawat kaisipang masasaya. Tila manhid ka sa panawagan pangangailangan ng pagmamahal. Nang dahil sa iyo ay nabuo ang mga pabugso-bugso kong desisyon. Marami ako naiisip na maaaring mangyari ngunit ni isa rito ay walang solusyon. Puro tanong patungkol sa kung anong masasamang bagay na paparating. Iwawaksin mo ang bawat endorphins na nais kumapang sa aking ugat patungong kalamnan. Gagayak ang bawat cortisol at estrogen sa aking utak hanggang ang balde ng pag-iisip ko'y mapulot at lalabas sa mga mata ang luha. Ikaw ang siyang laging pasulpot-sulpot. Walang hiyang biglang papasok sa tahanan ng aking sistema at lalamunin ako ng buhay upang sa realidad ay tangayin. Ikaw ang magpapabilis ng tibok ng puso ko hanggang sa ito'y manikip. Isa kang ganid sa atensyon ko. Balisang Tuliro. Yun lamang po. Oh my God, nahihiya na ako. Hi guys! So, ayun po. Oh my God.
Yeah?
Hi!
Hi,
Okay.
that was amazing. Thank you so
Mhm.
much.
Thank you.
Ang
Thank you
ganda.
for having me.
Ang ganda talaga. That was really nice.
Thank you.
I really
Thank you po.
appreciated it. So, can you talk about both your pieces were themes on mental health, no?
Yes
Can we
po.
talk about what inspired you? Because to begin with, they were both in Filipino, which is great. But could you maybe tell tell our viewers sort of an English summary of what that was about?
So ayun, I wrote those pieces. I mean, actually, the Balisang Tuliro, I just wrote it a few months ago, while the Kalungkutan, I wrote it last year. It started as a requirement sa isa kong isa kong club while I was in grade 11, the Tinig Tamaraw. So we were required to make a piece, anything. But I chose Kalungkutan because ayun, never pa ako nagsulat talaga ng about sa nararamdaman ko. Like, because it's really strange that you're happy when you're sad. But, so ayun, I wanted to let it out through words, through something that I know I am capable of para mailahad ko sa lahat kung ano yung tinatago ko within yung mga hindi ko kaya. Well, the Balisang Tuliro, it also started as a requirement. But ayun, I happen to write it na very personal to me because usually I always have this anxiety. Earlier, actually, I had one. I usually have anxiety, and it's very, very it sucks to have an anxiety, but you see, you just have to let it out through words. So yeah, kaya ko siya nagawa. And I'm really happy that ayun, slowly I'm starting to conquer my fear so that those anxiety would go and that yeah, that's why I'm here.
Yes, we all have anxiety. I suffer from anxiety too, and that was really beautiful. And I really appreciate that you decided to come and join the family tonight and share your pieces with us, because we've always said that since day one, that it's so important to be brave in our art, be brave with being true to ourselves and our feelings. And I really want to commend you, as young as you are, for coming on the show and really showing another side of what bravery is and what bravery means for everyone.
Thank you for having me again.
Thank you so much, Dax. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. And I hope
Thank
you host again. I hope you join us
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, sure.
Bye.
Hi, thank you.
So that was Dax. She is the youngest guest we've ever had. And she's really, really, really good. I'm so happy. That was so nice. And I think we all go through that though. We all go through periods where we just we're trying to understand what's going on inside of us, especially for those of us who have mental health issues, anxiety. I like what she said, sometimes you can be sad while you're happy. And I really love that she decided to turn her confusion and her sorting it out into art. Ah, the beauty of poetry. Speaking of which, so from one part of the Philippines, we're going to go to another part of the Philippines. Our next artist is actually mainly a musician. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he will correct me, this is his first time to perform poetry. So many pieces of bravery tonight. I mean, there's no place like home, right? So it's really, really wonderful that these artists are opening themselves up to us. Our next artist is actually a singer and songwriter from Alabang, Filipinas, and he is simultaneously pursuing a solo career while standing as frontman for a band called Asterisk. So, we poetry audience, without further ado, I would like to give you Mark Ramos from the Philippines. Hi, Mark.
Hi guys. Hi Ma'am Indy. Good evening.
You think?
So before I start, I just want to thank We Poetry for inviting me. Actually, sobrang kinakabahan ako kasi first online so ito yung pinaka-official gig ko. So medyo may pressure ng konti. Pero laban tayo. So my first song would be tungkol to sa mga pa-victim. So it's for people who always acts as the victim. So the title of this song is The Great Pa-Victim. So sana magustuhan niyo. Madaling sabihin o kahirap gawin, ganon pala kahirap tanggapin. Sa isip ko'y hindi ka maalis, nakakainis. Hanggang kailan ito matitiis? Nakabahan ako. Ano bang nagawa ko sa iyo? Bakit parang kasalanan ko? Pinaigot mo parang trompo. Nawala ako sa sarili ko. Wait, sorry, medyo nakakabahan ako ngayon. Wait, sorry. Shit, sorry. Nakabahan talaga ako. Fuck. Sorry. Ang lupit mong magmalinis, porke disente ka lang magbihis. Daig mo pa yung politika, dinaig mo pa umakting yung artista. Wait, sorry, pwede ko ba ulitin? Sorry, I messed up. Ma'am Indy, can I repeat the...
Of
Can I
course.
repeat my song?
Take a deep breath, Mark.
Or change ano muna ako? Start muna ako sa
Alright.
sila.
Alright, we're all family here. We're home. So take it easy. Take a breath. Start over.
So,
You got this.
hindi talaga yun yung gusto kong unahin. So, okay, game. So, dun muna ako sa poem ko. I wrote this. It was 2018. Ang title nito is Lampara. So, tungkol to sa taong naghahanap lang liwanag. Then, ayun, nakita niya to pagdating niya dun sa gusto niyang puntahan. So, ayun. Simulan ko na. Sa dilim ng aking daan, wala akong matanaw. Tinakbo ko hanggang dulo, muntik na akong huminto. Ngunit nakita ko ang liwanag. At yun na ikaw. Napawi. Sorry. Napawi ang lungkot. Sorry. Medyo Shit. May acid reflux. Sorry.
Mark, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Sorry, I think I have
Alright.
acid reflux.
Okay. It's alright. You're fine.
Sa dilim ng aking daan, wala akong matanaw. Tinakbo ko hanggang dulo. Muntik na akong huminto. Ngunit nakita ko ang liwanag. At yun na ikaw. Napawi ang lungkot. Muling nawala ang kirot. Ang kirot na tiniis, tila bumilis ang paglihis. Sana'y marating ang dulo. Huwag sanang sumuko. Lampara na di kagaya ng iba. Ang dulot ay kakaibang sigla. Nabuhay ang mga mata at nagkaroon ng pag-asa. Patuloy nang umingiti. Sana'y huwag mapundi. So, yan. Ay, naitawid din. So, yun yung... that's my poem. Ang title nun is Lampara. So, yun.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
So,
You have another piece for us? You have a song for us?
yeah, I have 2 songs actually. So, ulitin
Alright.
ko para
Take it away.
mabigyan ng justice yung songs. So, ang kakantayin ko muna is ang title ng kakantayin ko is Hantungan. Tungkol to sa taong nagpa-pursue sa isang tao kahit wala na siyang sense para i-pursue yung tao. So, yun. Hanggang sa ba tong pag-ibig ko sa'yo? Umasa ba ako para sa'yo? Kinakabahan talaga ako. Hindi ko inakalang mawalay ka. Sa piling ko mahal hanggang kailan pa ba? Na hanggang ngayon ay hindi na. Sorry. Mami, hindi. Pwede po ba? Mamaya na lang po ako. Sorry.
Take a deep breath, Mark. Take a deep breath. It's alright.
I'm kinda nervous sobra.
Okay, that's understandable. Thank you so much for sharing your poem with us, though. Thank you.
Can I go back
And-
after the next performer?
I believe so. I believe so. Let's let you take a break. Let's let you take a deep breath, and then we will talk to you later. Alright.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's alright. It happens. Alright. See you later, Mark. That was Mark Ramos, and he will be back later. You know, that's actually what happens. And this is why we're a live show, and anything can happen in a live show. You can have technical difficulties, you can have panic attacks. Don't choose a time or place. Neither does anxiety. I know this because I have that too. And I really want to commend Mark again for trying to fight through it and at least getting his poem out. Hopefully, we will have him back again later after the show. In the meantime, we push forward, but not without um, thanking everybody that's watching right now, people in the chat box, in the comment box. I hope that you can like this video, subscribe to our channel, and tell us what you like, tell us what you don't like. Your comments are there. The live chat is running for the duration of the live stream. And yeah, so let's move forward with our next artist. So from Manila, from the Philippines, we're now going to fly to Singapore. Our next artist is a published writer of several books. And he's actually been on Repoetry before. He describes his pieces as hopefully evocative, thought-provoking, or emotionally charged. He is part of the Repoetry family, and we're so happy to have him back tonight. So I give you Philip Reynal from Singapore. Hey, Philip.
Hey, can you see and hear me?
No, that doesn't happen.
Yep.
Hey,
Welcome back to the show.
yeah. Hey, can you see me now?
Yep, there you go. The stage is yours.
I'm hosting interview, so if I use interview. Try speaking. Try speaking.
Hello.
Click on that. No.
Are you?
Cancel. I point it here.
Go ahead, Philip. The stage is yours.
Okay. Telling I'm static. Can anyone see or hear me?
Yes, Philip, we can see you. We can hear you. The stage is yours.
Excellent. I'm so sorry about that. First time using this technology on Zoom. A little bit more familiar with the Facebook and even YouTube for that matter. Okay, thank you for asking me to participate in this. it's actually probably better if people can't see my face and perhaps just listen to my voice and my works. I picked a number of my recent pieces randomly, and somehow it turned out that they sort of became almost like a story, not necessarily about one protagonist or antagonist, but from start to finish, and given what we're all going through now, it came to me having a look at them. It is sort of a story, a very sad story in the end, but you know, that's what we need to own and admit to. So for my first piece, this is called The Droplet. That single droplet, launched unwittingly or uncaringly from an innocent exhalation or reassuring touch or hearty laugh, an invisible vehicle, its passengers shrewd, tactical, single-minded. Once embedded, at first building secretively, covertly converting, it suddenly unleashes a coup d'etat, commandeering my body, issuing suicidal orders to once loyal organs. My lungs go into lockdown. Death by droplet. The next is entitled Men Don't Cry. Not on the Saturday battlefield, all testosterone and bluster, camaraderie enforcing masculinity, despite protruding bone. Not at that drunken gathering where your love leads with another. You just sink more beer and smile despite a shattered heart. Not at the cemetery lawn as a loved one is lowered. Instead, bite your lip for distraction despite the crushing loss. Not in the delivery room where the being you co-created takes their own first breath despite the flood of love. Not when simple questions test your failing memory, but you hide the symptoms in humor, despite your growing concerns. Not even in times of solitude, because men don't cry. We just slowly drown in the tears we withhold. Shiny things. Round silent streets we strut. We cut like courtesans, so superior when this began, our cut glass hearts ornamental. We ornate whores for wars of status and accumulation, egos unbound, no thought for peons, nor peers, nor progeny. Just lust for thrones built of bones. Our ill-gotten trust funds and tax haven hoardings, built on others' toil, cat o' nine tails, flaying their subordinate backs. But our lack of humanity ignored the banshee's warning, fixated on adorning ourselves with pretty pettiness, glittering ephemera, hollow entitlement. Now, left with no one to bully, to exploit or enslave, to create our wealth. So, round silent streets, These superficial, shiny things strut. Birdsong signals our end. When seedlings sprout optimistically from parched tarmac crevices, when timid creatures cavort through plastic playgrounds, when elusive beasts parade claiming forests of steel and glass, when reclusive wildlife basks joyously on afternoons warm cement, and when forgotten birdsong falls gently on ignorant ears, bid farewell to our reign of fear, for our end is near. Erstwhile human, stuck, serving the full stretch, no parole for me, or time off for good behavior. The sole remaining inmate, abandoned, forgotten. The others given their pardons, taking all with them, leaving naught but the taunts of memories, alone on this ravaged planet. But even loneliness and anger subside when point of reference and valid comparison fade. Now human only in name and notion, erstwhile. And most of that, but I do have I know this is poetry, but I do have a very, very quick drabble, i.e. 50 words to tell a story, and it's called A Corona Envelops My Son. The pressure was on. My negotiating skills were legendary, but did I still have game? The comptroller was said to be fair, but what was fair? 4 oldies for 1 youth? 10 of us, 100? It wasn't altruistic, it was for my boy, whatever it took. Eventually, he accepted. And that's it. Hopefully you actually heard.
Yes, Philip, we
So
did.
I don't care, but
We did.
well, that's good.
Thank
So
you
at
so
least
much.
you heard it. If my visage was just there without it moving, I'm even more happy. I don't really like people looking at me.
We absolutely heard all of it, Philip. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I particularly enjoyed the last one.
Well, the drabble. Oh, actually, no, sorry, that's a dribble. 50 words is a dribble. We've got a couple of good drabbles, which are 100 words. They're absolutely fun. I know our group normally does poetry, but in my short experience of this phenomenon, I think we've got some talented people out there that can really sink their teeth into dribbles and drabbles, as opposed to short fiction of hundreds or even up to 1,000 words or so. Because we're already doing this. We're already not censoring ourselves, but we're entrapping ourselves into small amounts of words and still trying to convey a totality in what we're saying.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's actually one of the reasons why I think now more than ever writing novels or stories or poetry is so poignant, and it's really a matter of helping people feel and handle what's going on with the world, you know, with this pandemic and the coronavirus.
Yep.
And the other thing about it is that I really enjoyed your. It was interesting because you do pieces that are genuinely thought provoking.
I'm sorry. What I'm getting from you is actually very low volume. Unfortunately, it's probably my computer, but
Philip?
also the fact that my
Hi, Philip.
hearing
Is
from
this
birth
better?
has never been good. Sorry,
Hi, Philip. Is this better?
a little bit better. Yeah, yeah.
Ah, I was saying that it's a good thing, really, that poetry and writing has become a tool for healing right now with everything going on in the world. Wouldn't you agree?
I think yes, it's one thing. I mean, let's face it. Particularly with poetry, there's a limited audience. There has been for a long time. I would say since industrialization, and before that, it was limited to people that had the benefit of being taught how to read. And yet, storytelling has been with us since modern man. Let's face it, storytelling, poetry is storytelling, short stories, fables, everything like that. This is where we come from as a race. Same individual, singular race. We are humans, right? And we're related to certain other species, obviously. But what makes us different is our storytelling in whatever form we utilize it. And I think there have been people over the years that have tried to either suppress it or make it infantile because they know what influence can be had from poems, particularly, but also short stories and so forth. And I'm hoping that what we're all going through at the moment may actually allow us to be better human beings, the ones we were intended to be. I'm not a religious man by any means, but I do believe that we were supposed to be more than what we've become. I think we've been diverted by nasty aspects, and unfortunately, too many were willing to follow blindly. But hopefully, after this, we may have an increase of people who actually care about each other, and it's actually one of the reasons why I chose to be a member of this group.
Well, thank you so much. I couldn't agree more. First of all, yes. Yes, you've been with us since the start. Happy first month.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's a great idea, and the people behind this, like Anne and yourself and everyone behind this, making it happen. You should be applauded for what you're doing. You really should.
It's just a matter of again family. That's why we're home. There's always room for people to grow, and you always want to be able to pave the way for others to discover themselves, discover their art, and going back to what you said earlier, tell their stories. Because you're absolutely right. It's all about sharing your stories, passing them on to generations. Absolutely right. That's what we're here for. To allow people to have their stories be heard through poems, on a global scale.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Exactly.
Philip. Would you like to is there anywhere that they can read your poetry online or buy your books? Because I know you have books out.
Yeah, I actually just put out the fourth, and I'm probably a little bit off towards the fifth, after which I'll probably do what I'll jokingly call a best of, because I don't consider anything I write to be best of anything. But you know what I mean. It's something I could do. I mean, as a part of the group, I can always possibly pop on and share the links. This is the other thing. Everything I've done myself, albeit with the help of my wife and daughter. Self-publishing through Kindle and Amazon. It's not that hard. It's a bit tricky and you have to fiddle around a bit, but it's not that hard. You don't have to have people judging your work. If you just want to share your work, I do recommend go ahead, do it. Put it up yourself.
All right.
If you need a bit of extra help with maybe a cover or whatever, you can find people that will help you. But do it. Don't suppress your voice because you don't think it's good enough, because you're not in a position to judge worth, particularly of yourself, right? Let others enjoy it. Let others at least read it and take it from there. If they want to purchase, I'll purchase.
Yeah, I totally agree. You should absolutely have autonomy and let others enjoy your work. Thank you so much for joining us again, Philip. We will have you again, I'm so sure. Again, happy first month. Have a great rest of your evening. Regards to your family. Thank you for joining us. Bye.
All right, we'll catch up with you soon. Thank you.
Bye. So that was Philip Rinal from Singapore. Like I said, we've had him before. And as Philip mentioned, if you guys were listening, we actually have a group on Facebook. It's called the Collective Community of Free Poetry. Some people share their poems there. It's not like it's just a free space to share your art. There's no harsh critiques. It's like we're home, right? It's like when you walk into the living room, you're like, hey, family, I want to show you something. Same thing. So if you look for the Collective Community of Free Poetry on Facebook, it should pop up, or it's on our Facebook page. And before we move to our next artist, again, I want to thank everybody who's watching now and our sponsors. G Hostel in Makati, Tambayan Gastro Bar in Malate, Dream Wide Awake Coffee, Support Local, and of course, the wonderful folks at Expat Choice Asia. Now, from Singapore, we're flying back to Manila. Because our next artist is actually somebody I'm really excited about. This is her first time performing poetry, not just live online, but in general, and I am so excited. Our next artist is actually a student of English Language Studies at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She is an aspiring singer-songwriter, and when she isn't spending time honing her photography skills, she volunteers at church, which is very close to her heart. Poetry writing is incredibly new for her, but she's slowly but surely exploring it as yet another way to express herself through art. So everybody, from the Philippines, I give you Miss Trisha Lim. Hi, Trisha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, the stage is yours. Very excited.
Yeah. Wow. Hi, everyone. Before anything, I want to thank you for having me, for inviting me. It actually came as a surprise that I got invited here because I did not expect it. But it's such an honor because, like what Ate Indigo said, this will be my first time to perform poems in general. Yeah, because usually I write songs, but not really a lot of poems, ganyan. And I don't always write, but this is a really great opportunity. So again, thank you, We Poetry. Okay, so tonight I'll be performing 2 poems and a song. And okay, let's get right into it. For my first piece, I actually wrote this last night, and I had a help from a friend, Gab. Hi, Gab. Thank you, Gab. Um, because when I got the invitation, I knew that I wanted to write something personal. So basically, this is from my experience. So this is called Lost. Okay, here we go. Driving on a highway under the sky of clouds in gray, with an empty heart, I found myself hitting the brake. I stopped. I stopped for a moment and thought, where am I going? What am I doing? I looked in the rear view mirror, right there. Right there, I saw my heart. It reflected an image of a slackened rope just a stretch away from breaking. I went out of the car and started walking, 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 and walking. My feet are bare. The soul felt the sand, while my soul felt pain. I am feeling feelings, and they are eager to tear my heart apart. They are as strong as the raging waves I see, heading away from the shore where peace can be found. My feet kept walking, and then I stopped. I stopped again, but this time my feet are sinking into the water. They stood there, right where I can still see the raging waves. I turned my head to the shore. It's the only beautiful sight on this gloomy day. But my eyes looked back to where the waves are. The raging went on and on and on. It was going nowhere. It was like watching my heart scarred, cracked with tears. 4 letters, a word. Lost. That's what I am. I am lost. I turned my head back again to the shore where peace is found. It was just right there. It was as if it's waiting for me. And at that moment, I just knew that wherever I go, whatever I do, I can always run back to the shore, my home. That is my home. There's my first piece. Well, it's actually really short, but it means a lot to me. It has a lot of feelings. For my next piece, the second one, I just came across this poem that I wrote from when I was in senior high school, 2017, I think. Uh, I wrote this for a final requirement in our subject statistics. We had to do an art in any form that we can relate statistics. Okay, so this one is called Purpose. It's actually kind of has the same theme with the first one, feeling lost, finding your purpose. So here we go. I keep wondering in an infinite regression if what I feel is just another hypothesis, that I am like a variable of no value. In many statistics recorded in my head, is there even a probability that I actually mean something in this world? I am uncertain of my purpose. Endless questions are running around my head, and I couldn't seem to find answers, not even with the formulas I've created. My solutions were wrong. They were all wrong. Or was I supposed to unravel? You are a solution, a voice whispers. For once, I knew my worth. Little did I know someone sees me of an absolute value. Little did I know someone sees my worth. Little did I know someone sees beyond how I see myself. To this broken world, the voice continued. You are a solution to this broken world. Finally, I knew my purpose. So that's my second piece. Before I go on to the song, I just want to say that this second piece actually means a lot to me because this was the time that I really felt like uh, uh, I my existence is pointless. So maybe through this piece, I want to inspire everybody that we have we will actually maybe you have we will actually come to a point to where we will feel like we have no purpose, but it's just beautiful that we can always be reminded that no, we are here for a reason. You are here for a reason, and your existence is not pointless. So there. For this last performance, I'm going to sing an original song. It's called Always. I wanted to write this for a friend, for my best friends, Sig, Bal, and funny. But I realized that I was writing this for God, that this is how our relationship looks like. This is what our relationship looks like. So here. It's called Always. If I had the chance to tell you I love you, to start, I wanted to give you for the rest of my life. You've given me so many reasons to never let you go. Sometimes it's hard, I know it's worth it. You're worth it all. I'll stay with you. I'll always be true. I'll hold on to what we have, to what we have. This world is changing. Love will stay there. Oh, I wouldn't ask for more just because you're enough. It's true. So I'll stay with you. I'll always be true. These are all we've had. Okay, that's it. Well, that was fun. Thank you again, We Poetry, for having me. And happy first month. Back to our host, Ate Nico.
Hey, that was so good, Trisha. Are you sure that was your first time doing poetry?
Yes, yes, that's my first time.
Certainly didn't sound like it. And I like that you already went into collaborating.
Beginner's luck.
Is that Gab Hongko?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes, he
That's
helped
already-
me. He helped me figure out what to write.
And the beauty of poetry is that it also helps you reach new places with your art and new places with your art with your friends. Because I know that you and Gab, this friend of
Yes.
yours, collaborate on music sometimes, right?
Yeah. He helps me.
There you go. That's great. But what made you? Because I heard you. What made you decide to, I guess, do poetry tonight of all nights? And what made you finally go? You know what? I'm going to write
Sorry.
a poem. What made you decide to go? You know what? I'm going to write a poem, and I'm going to perform it.
Oh, well. You mean my poem? Why did I write the poem?
Yes. What made you decide to write that poem and share that poem in particular?
Oh, it's actually based from my experience. When I wanted something, sige, I'll say it na. I really wanted to pass UP, but I did not get in. So that's where I'm coming from. It hurt me a lot. But um the message was something like, sometimes I want to be lost because of the pain that I was feeling. But then it's always nice that I'm assured that there's a home that I can always run back to. Something like that.
That's really, really sweet, Trish.
Thanks, Ate.
You're welcome. And then, so can you talk about your songs? I know that primarily you're a singer-songwriter.
Yeah, aspiring. Yeah.
Well, talk me through your writing process. What do you start? Do you normally start with the lyrics? Do you normally start with the music? And how does that tie into you as an artist and singer?
I normally start with the lyrics. Kasi, ate, nagsulat ako when I have an idea in mind, and then I just isolate myself, tapos nagsulat lang ako, and then I just continue writing and writing and writing, and then eventually, after ko masulat, then ko lalagyan ng tono. And writing songs actually helps me a lot, especially with my emotions, kasi very emotional ako tao. And it helps me that I can just write down my emotions and make it into a song, make it into an art.
Yeah. And art you did.
What?
And that's exactly what you just did with your art.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting comments about how sweet and how touching.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So based on this experience just now, do you think you will look into poetry again some more? How are you feeling about your
Yeah,
first poem?
I think I will. I feel good about it. I mean, I did not think that I'd be able to write down my feelings this well. I mean, it's not really that good, but it's a start, and I'm happy. I'm happy with it. I will continue to write, of course.
Yeah, it was pretty good. That's why I asked you, are you sure this is your first time? It certainly did not sound good.
What? A beginner's luck? Joke lang.
But ma'am, you are very, very blessed.
Yeah, thank you, Ate. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you also. So do you have, okay, so this is your first poem, but I know you have songs, I know you have music. So do you have SoundCloud? Do you have social media where people can follow you to get more of your work?
I upload videos on YouTube, but it's not a lot yet. But I'm planning to upload more. It's Trisha Lim. You can see me on YouTube. Also follow me on Instagram at TrishaXXI. I post covers and snippets of my songs. I haven't really released any of my songs yet, but I'm praying that I'll be able to this year.
I'm fairly sure you will. But Trisha, I also know something else about you. Tell me and tell our viewers about the Trisha Project.
Oh, Trisha Run. Wow. Hindi ko na natuloy yun, but I'm fixing everything. I had, Trisha Project is actually my project. That's the reason it's called Trisha Project, right? It's on Instagram at Trisha Project. I started that project to hopefully tell stories of different people to inspire other people. And well, I had a lot of shoots before. I still haven't posted all of them yet, but I'm working on it. So if you'll be able to follow at Trisha Project on IG, that would be really appreciated.
Yeah,
Ate Indigo is part of it though.
Well, yes, I am. That was actually, that in itself is fun. Because photography can also serve as a poem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were doing so well. I'm really excited about that. I cannot wait for you to continue that because you have so much art in you. I mean, look at that poem. I'm telling you, that did not sound like a first time poem.
Wow, thank you, Ate. You're so sweet.
And I'm so excited for Trisha Project to continue and for all of your other endeavors. Thank you for joining us tonight. I know you're
Thank you
busy.
so much. Happy first monthly poetry.
Thank you. We would love to have you again and again.
Sure, sure.
Have a good
Thank you
evening,
so much.
Trisha. You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
That was Trisha Lim, who is honestly one of the sweetest girls I know. And she's not kidding. That wasn't staged. That was literally the first time she has performed a poem. And even I was surprised. And I have known this girl a while. So you can follow her everywhere, Trisha Lim, and her Trisha Project on Instagram. Super fantastic. Let's see, our next guest from Manila, we're going to fly out again. We are a global online poetry community. Oh, yay! We're going to Singapore again. This is another member of the We Poetry family who's making a comeback. She's been with us since the start. And this next guest has published her poetry in Get Lucky by Ethos Books, Asian Literary Review, Asian Cha, Anvil Publishing's Crowns and Oranges, New Philippine Poetry, Philippine Pen Centers at Home in Unhomeliness, an anthology of New Philippine post-colonial poetry in English. And she actively supports Singapore's Poetry Festival, National Poetry Festival, excuse me, and is a part of a community of Filipino and Singaporean writers celebrating cross-cultural inclusion. Whew, she does a lot. She has lived in Singapore for 11 years and is originally a Filipino, originally Philippines and Canada of Chinese descent. Welcome back to We Poetry, one of the busiest people I know, Miss Catherine Candano. Hello, Miss Catherine. Hello. Catherine?
Hi, Indigo.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Happy first month.
Happy anniversary. I
All
was
right,
watching the stream the whole time. The amount of talent and raw passion is really, really lovely. I particularly love the statistics poem by Trisha right before my section. So I'm the data geek in me is giggly all over. Thank you, Trisha.
You're welcome. Well, the stage is yours. We're so glad you joined us again. Catherine Candano, everybody.
Hello, everybody. So as Indigo shared, I'm coming to you from my home in Singapore, where I've been living for 11 years, but before that, moved around a lot. So this anniversary session is also about homecoming. So I prepared a couple of things for you, 3 pieces that speak to the heart of homecoming. And whenever you talk about homecoming, you always talk about travel, right? And travel is about interacting in other very foreign environments and figuring out what is your heart made of. So I want to start with the first poem. It's called Travel Story. Travel stories. You wrote me the other day. Slipping away became easier with our eyes closed. Our taut muscles found a quiet release against most foreign surfaces, from strange beds rented 4 days, on mattresses barely lending the same curve and arc as it cradled our bodies, fooled into a kind of comfort, those farthest from the textures of home. We could have chosen any of the 6 random cots. Each spanned the width of my body, our bodies. On the 2nd floor of a youth hostel in Prague, a room shared with random girls who had too many cigarettes and showers together to save water in the 3rd world. In that instance, I remember we shared a box with an American, an Egyptian, and Italian, all vegetarians who shared a hatred for Trump and a love for Czech beer. And you noticed an Uzbek girl who ate red meat and spoke English with a democratic aftertaste like I did. We let loose an affair with swear words in numerous dialects, having been kicked out of the underground clubs that closed at midnight and sworn off communal Greenpeace boys, blue-eyed with ideals save for one. You swore those Spanish cigarettes you brought over had never stained my nightgown. Still inside my suitcase from the trip over, I could smell the tobacco tinged, bittersweet mingling jungle sweat of southern kingdoms, the contraband gin from across borders. Our clothes must have carried to this day those sweet, dead aromas, lingering, waiting to be let loose from behind our locked room, away from the hushed women at the desk, who prayed for the secret police to break down a door and take our passports. Before opening our eyes, we learned of reflexes. We leaned our heads in slightly, and in the mornings, we barely missed the metal frame of the empty bunk bed above us. In that halfway house for tourists, we were taught to dissolve the distance between us, conveniently forgetting we were still time zones apart. Impalpable as worlds were, with maps and trust at hand, we could only feel our way around the street corners, one at a time. Blindsided and left suspended somehow, our tongues still blameless and pure in our transit. So that's the first poem I have for you. It's called Travel Story. Now, when you travel a lot, sometimes you realize it's not so much a physical journey of the environment changing, you're interacting with all the different cultures and experiences. It's also about the inner muscles that start to grow. And one of the muscles that I believe part of, journey and coming back home or being at home is the idea that language is one of those muscles that we learn. I myself have lived in many countries, but I also speak in many languages. And sometimes if I go back to the first time I heard a new language, I remember how difficult it is. It's like you have to get the sound out of your body that's not used to hearing that itself, but it has to copy it and express it because that's how you communicate to others. And I remember that's always been my struggle whenever I move to new places. How do I teach myself the heart of that language, and how do I become at home in it? So I want to read a poem for you, which is called Being Taught Language. So I hope that you experience that momentary relief once the discomfort of learning a new language is past, and it becomes a second language for you. Being taught language. Being taught language. Every afternoon you braced yourself. This new muscle sprung. Practice was a solve as you forgot the old names. In dictation, you responded, forming your lips into the shape she sounded out. First, hollow consonant, next, vowels on tiptoe. In exchange, she asked for your word and weight. It was splintered bone to start your mother's stock. That's the second poem that I've read for you that hopefully takes you a bit more into the inner journey of how it's like to leave, but also come home. And the last poem I'd love to share with you, which is one of my personal favorite poems, is a poem about how you don't have to learn everything on your own. You can rely on the wisdom of the past, but also the collective struggles of others as you build, your own heart and the language of your heart, which is essentially language of home, right? And this poem is called Exercise Unlearning Heart. Exercise Unlearning Heart. If you aim for simplicity, master complexity. From the gravestone of Master Calligrapher Tuman. She insisted calligraphy would reveal my heart, strong and clear and forceful. Every afternoon she sat me down on the big chair and she made me go through the motions. Brush pen dipped in ink, girded on the sides of First Aunt's chip cup, soft rabbit's hair sharpened to a confident point. The ebony character you start to learn is Shin. It's the sparse picture of the heart and is one of the simplest exercises. Chinese teach their young to write out heart first before they learn the harder one, love. Repeat after me, first child. To master brush, you must master the emotions you wield. Rice paper is on the desk now, as thin as when I first learned to move the brush along its length. I trace shy strokes, one by one, from top to bottom, in perfect order. I can hear her lessons. Permanence demands precision and grace. Control brings virtue and boldness. Method creates facility and fluidity. Stroke 1. Medium. Wrist quickly pushes off to leave a pregnant dot. Stroke 2. Ipie. Wrist gingerly leans on the surface. The movement swells and then it lightens into a twig line. Half the heart done, I lift the brush. I lay it on a jade leaf. I take care not to touch the ink, stone dragon still wet, so as not to splatter nor surprise. A brush waits for me in silence. A pool of ink shrinks to a pinprick. Many moons after, I still hear her copy rubbings from the masters deliberately. Water washes out the weight of ink. Remember, first child, repeat after me. Above all, resist sentiment. Too thin a line makes too thin a heart. That's the 3 poems that I prepared for you all at We Poetry tonight. I hope that you had as much fun with this as I had preparing this for you and reading it for you all. Thank you.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Indigo.
That was really, really fun to listen to. Thank you so much for sharing all of those poems. I love how they were all separate poems somehow. Like, basically, you created a suite about home.
Well, I like the idea of being challenged by the themes you put together. I find it a fun mental exercise, but also suites are good. You help to look at your work in a new light and see if they talk to one another. And that's probably why joining We Poetry is really fun. At least for me, it's fun. I'm not sure how it is for you guys, but I have a lot of fun coming and sharing and listening.
Oh, it's absolutely fun. That's why we do it. To spread fun and love, bravery. Absolutely why we do it. I'm actually really, really enthralled by the first one because you do imagery so wonderfully that it almost felt like somebody narrating a movie.
Well, I'm glad that you could see yourself into that environment or that emotion or the panic when people are about to not get along or they have adventures together in a very strange way when you barely speak each other's language. I wanted to
Yeah,
so I'm hoping it got through. I'm glad.
and absolutely did. It's actually, again, you pulled off a sleep. It's interesting because tonight we're talking about being home and we're home, and it feels like you brought us to your home or a home that you are so familiar with that you can tell its stories.
I guess the home as a concept is it's a very important concept for me. I remember a friend of mine once told me that I'm interesting and that I feel I am home wherever literally my heart is or my language is able to allow me to communicate. Um, Maybe it's like like one of those hermit crabs who carry their, they carry their
Yeah,
home with them, and then they're moving around physically in different shores or underwater, but ultimately they carry their home, and it's what gives them protection. It also gives them, I guess, like a safe harbor from whatever is there. For me, it's not a physical home, it's a metaphorical home. And that's how I understand home. And that's what I wanted to share with you. It's not a place alone, it's places and people and moments that touch that heart that you have, right? And the language of your heart.
absolutely.
I mean, any language.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you preserve changes. You speak English and some Tagalog, and your poem about languages was really striking to me. It's also a matter of communication.
Mm-hmm.
It's so important to be able to communicate. And sometimes it's not verbal, like in your first poem. You know, sometimes you have to look at each other and go, you get me, right?
I remember I once, so I'm a very big geek, so I read a lot about things that are not to do with poetry. But I remember reading somewhere that like over half of your communication is actually nonverbal.
Yeah.
It could be your facial expressions, it could be your gestures, it just could be your reflection. And all of these things are really important because they enrich what what it is that comes across, right? So there's the words and then there's the context, and that's all the nonverbal. And I remember thinking, how do I write a poem about nonverbal language in language? And that's basically why I came up with this idea of bringing you back to the first moment. For me, like I said, I moved around, or even as an adult, I moved to countries where I didn't really necessarily speak the native language. Like I spent a couple of years in Thailand, and I had to learn a bit of Thai. You if you go back to that moment where you're struggling to learn alphabet or struggling to learn how to say this is left, this is right, these are really, really, really uncomfortable and painful physical sensations. And I thought, how about I challenge myself to write something that gets that across? And that's why it's completely different from the first piece, which is pretty much narrative. The second piece is more images and its concept of that struggle. So I'm glad that you picked up on it.
Of course. It's interesting because you're saying that you're glad I picked up on it when, for me at least, it was actually pretty blunt. It was right there. And it was a wonderful overreaching theme. That's why I was telling you, you took us to your home or to a home in your mind, you know? You didn't just paint a beautiful picture, you literally brought us there.
Well, I guess that's a theme, right? It's like hashtag we are at home together.
Yeah, in more
So
ways than one right now. So is that something that you carry now with you during this quarantine? Is that something that you've been sort of in the back of your mind, home together, and like the concept of home being renewed because you're home almost every day now.
Yeah, so I guess it's also the introvert in me that has homes in our heads. I guess that's a good way to phrase it. And I have always felt that there's a place you retreat to when you need comfort and solace, and there's the place that you go to get energy and you know exuberance out of your life. And I felt this quarantine has been a chance to visit the place of solace a lot more. And looking at your work, so I'm, as I shared, I'm been writing for a while now, but I've been really curious about how my work talks to each other, even if they were
Yeah.
written at different times of my life or different projects. They do have some type of connective tissue, and I'm looking for that tissue. And I thought maybe this is the right time for me to look for that connective tissue. It's largely very invisible. I myself had not found it for most of my work, so if this could be a chance to connect deeper with that side and the contemplative side that is able to bring me back to that home, I think that's going to be a key in this journey. And when I say this journey, I don't mean the journey of just as a poet, right? It's the journey of a human being in a world which is changing very rapidly. I think as a poet, I have a responsibility to respond to that as well in your practice. And this is the way that I've thought I could contribute for today or tonight, whichever in the world and time zone people are doing it.
I relate to that absolutely. I like that poet as response. Kathy, talking to you is always one of the highlights of this job, some of the highlights of my life. I love whenever you come on because you don't only share your poetry with us, you really open your heart to us and the viewers. And you really just give so much new life and meaning into what it is to write and play with words. I mean, I wouldn't have thought to talk about connective tissues tonight, but hey, it makes sense.
It makes sense. But also it makes sense because you are a connective tissue as well through this
Oh.
forum. You're
Thank you.
people from all over in the world at different time zones. Some people are waking up, some are going to bed, some are having their afternoon, midday coffee. And we're trying to make sure that they all have this is a festival, right? Where we celebrate all of that connective tissue we're able to forge. So I'm very, very proud to be part of it. And I'm very grateful that you asked me to come back this time.
We will be asking to come back again, I'm sure. Happy first month, Kathy. Thank you so much for being here for us. Is there anywhere that people can follow your work? Do you have any books out? Get Loud, right?
So we do have Get Lucky, which is already by Ethos Books. I'm very proud of that piece. It's a lot of contributions from all walks of life of Singaporeans and Filipinos in Singapore. And we also have a new call for contributions to the next edition of that. So if you're Singaporean and you have a burning passion or concept that you want to share about the Philippines because of your experiences, and vice versa, if you're Filipino and you have a very strong emotional response to Singapore, you would like to share a poem or a short story or an essay, we're very happy to welcome you. The call for contributions are, as I recall, they're extended up to the end of this month. And that means you have more time till the end of the month just to share with us. And you can find them. There's a Facebook page that talks about the call for contributions to get luckier. Just feel free to look for that. Thank you so much, Indigo. I'm really hoping that we get some folks who want to share in our anthology as well because of this visit to the We Poetry Festival.
Absolutely. I think that people will absolutely be inspired to share because it's really such a wonderful, wonderful thing to be able to connect with people and bring stories together. And that's what you guys are doing too, which I'm really excited about. We're so happy you joined us tonight, Kathy. Happy first month. Have a good rest of your evening.
Enjoy the rest of this fantastic curated festival of poetry and art. I'm very thrilled to watch the next folks read. Good night, Indigo. Thank
Good
you.
night. Good night, Singapore. Thank you so much. That was our dear friend and family member, Miss Catherine Candano, one of the more fascinating poets. I said it earlier and I'll say it again. One of the best parts of being in this family, it's a job, but it's also being in this family, is discovering so many new artists or artists that I otherwise would not have discovered because they are in other countries. So again, if you're just joining us somehow, don't worry, you're not too late. Welcome to We Poetry. Um, Tonight we are talking about home because we are home and we have been home for a month now. It is our first month officially. We've been doing this for 4 weeks and I'm just so floored. We started with less than a week lead time. We started with one laptop. We started with a couple of gigabytes. We were scrambling. We were on Skype. Like our origin story is something else. And here we are now, 1 month later. Um, we've had I think 55 poets from I think 8, 9, several countries by now. I will remember that later. And it's always so nice because everybody always has their own story to tell. Um, we had a show about migrant workers recently. We had a show celebrating empowerment and healing recently. It's always a new story every time. And that's really what we're trying to do here through poetry. Because poetry, in my humble opinion, is magical. So if you like what you see, please don't forget to like this video, like all of our other videos. Subscribe to the channel. If you're watching me right now, there is a live chat on the YouTube stream, so feel free to um leave your comments there on the video. There's a notification bell on the account and somewhere down there next to the subscribe button if I'm not mistaken. Click on that so you get notified when we're live, which is usually Saturday nights, Manila, Philippines time, around 7 p.m. Um, usually 7 p.m. We are usually live on YouTube. Follow all of our accounts. We are at We Poetry Global on Instagram, Twitter, and our what's it called? Facebook page. I'm so sorry. We're also on. We've also got Twitter, which is at We Poetry Global. It's everywhere. Okay, I'm really excited about our next guest. um, I It's always a treat for me when the poet is somebody that I'm not really familiar with because then I get to discover their art. This girl, somebody sent me a link for one of her poems. I don't think she's performing a specific one tonight, but it moved me so much. It was so nice, and we're actually really, really privileged and honored to have her on tonight. Our next poet is a multiple slam champion and Birmingham Poet Laureate finalist. She's a previous BBC Arts Young Creative and Poet in Residence for the Shakespeare Birthplace Trust. She has appeared on BBC Radio 3's The Verb, Radio 4, at the Tate Modern, at Glastonbury, and on Button Poetry. Her debut pamphlet, Hurts, with a Z, was released in May by the award-winning Verb Poetry Press. And small trivia that I found out very recently, apparently she has Filipino blood. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Miss Jasmine Cardosi from the United Kingdom. Hi, Jasmine.
Wait, yeah, okay, hi. Hi, I just muted myself again. You unmuted me, and then I muted myself again, which is smooth. How you doing? Can you hear me okay? I can't hear you, but I'm assuming I'm okay. I'm all good. Thanks for the lovely introduction. Really excited to be here. Thanks so much. Especially like reconnecting like with a lovely Filipino-based community who's obviously global. That's really awesome. Yes, I have Filipino heritage, and it's something I want to connect with more, which I haven't had a chance to do for a long time. So I'm really excited to be here. Thanks so much. And it's just wonderful hearing, just hearing it feels like a part of home for me. Ha! On theme. Okay. This first poem, it's not so much to do with home, but it's one that I wrote relatively recently, and I just need to get it out of my system. I don't know whether other people are feeling like this as well, the way that we're like not performing as much as we might have used to back before this era of crisis and lockdown, and like our performance is shut down and stuff. So it's just, it's kind of cleaning the pipes out to be able to perform, isn't it? To do it in your laptop, not on a screen, that's a weird one, isn't it? So yeah, I just wanted to get this one out, really. This one is basically it's Donald Trump themed, because we've got to have a good Donald Trump video poem, don't we? So what I did is I went on the internet and I had a look at, you know, those 1900s vintage Perfect Housewife kind of adverts, like the 20th century kind of like, buy this product. So I had a look at some of those quotes, yeah. And then I also had a look at some Donald Trump quotes as well. And I put them together. And they came out as this poem. If I put my hand over here, it's a quote from a 20th century vintage advert. If I put my hand over here, Donald Trump said it. I'm going to separate each one with a click. Perfect wife. Ideal woman. Good girl. Honey bunch. Women are soft and gentle. I think women are beautiful. Every woman wants to look better. I really understand beauty. I do own Miss Universe. I mean, I own a lot of different things. Indoors, women are useful, even pleasant. For a man to be successful, he needs support at home. It's nice to have a girl around the house, just like my father had from my mother. Putting a wife to work is a very dangerous thing. Keep her where she belongs. Every husband wants his wife to be feminine, and I think certain women are more beautiful than others. Girls with too much bottom and too little top is hard to be a 10, okay? A person who's flat-chested is hard to be feminine. Cigarettes are like women. There are basically 3 types. The best ones are thin and rich, and she's not. Lost her boyfriend because of fat. What does she weigh? The first thing I noticed was that fat, ugly face of hers. Society simply won't stand for a Miss Piggy, plain Jane, horse face, skinny dame, dog, slob. Look at that face. Look at her. Take a look. Is it always illegal to kill a woman? They are far worse than men. Do you still beat your wife? You have to treat them like... Keep her where she belongs. Keep her at home. Keep her more beautiful than others. I do own that face. If she doesn't give it to you, grab them by the pussy. Get it yourself. When you're a star, they let you do it. Don't wait. Just kiss. Is it always illegal? I think women are beautiful. No one loves women more than I do. These days, I think it's a very special time. I think it's very, very good for women. Thank you. Cool. That's the first one. Should I continue? Carry on? Chill for a bit? Okay. Shall I just carry on? I can do that. Yeah. Okay. This next one is this one is kind of to do, this one's, I chose this one because of the theme of home. So, what's interesting is that we're all in different homes. We're all a bit scattered right now in different situations. Some of us are living alone. Some of us have a cat. Some of us are in a difficult family situation, maybe. But the thing that unites us, which is like, I mean, this poetry event, right? Case in point. It's the home is the poetry or the writing. Like that's where we're finding home right now. Home isn't necessarily our house. It's us returning to what makes us feel safe. So I just wanted to celebrate that a bit with this one, which is all about writing. It's just celebrating writing in all of its different forms. And I don't know whether it occurs in your sides, in your parts of the world as well, but sometimes you've got a writing, like a little bit of a tension between those who do poetry and then those who do fiction, and then those who do spoken word, and all these different tensions between these. I just want to celebrate all of them. Like, this is our home. We're all under the same roof of like creativity and writing. It's beautiful. And so what I usually do with this one, with a live audience, which I don't have right now, it's just my laptop looking at me very, very attentively, is I'm going to slip in some words or some authors, some famous authors or famous writers or famous books or characters. And usually what I get the audience to do is go, "Hey," like that when they recognize one, because I kind of slip it in as like a pun or something. And so I try and get the audience to do is go, "Hey," when they notice it, which you can't do that because I can't hear you. So I thought you can either like just comment on the YouTube video if you're like, "Hey," or you don't have to do that. Every time you hear one, I just count, try and see if you can guess how many of the different puns I put in there. I counted it just before as I was rehearsing earlier, and I know exactly how many puns and characters and authors and times I refer to an author there is in there. So if you can get the right number, then you get a prize of absolutely nothing. Okay, I'm just going to start the poem. This has been a long intro. Okay. The poetry teacher is hiding behind the picture books in the junior library from the rest of the English department, because he and them have a disagreement. They like novels. That means prose. They prefer to see words splattered flat into paragraphs and chapters, claim as much space on the page as they can, have no notion of poetry's honing and the slickness of rhythm and slimness of form and line breaks. For God's sake, think of the children. Shouldn't they be taking lessons in those? The students, for now, are stacked away in classrooms, giving our teachers free range. But just when our poet thinks he's safe, that posse of prose lovers rise from behind a pile of books. They've been waiting for him this whole time, and in his surprise, he knocks over a whole row of Elmer's adventures, and the elephant in the room explodes into multicolor, and the others take this as the ultimate insult. So with a big pull, they let a whole wall of Tolkien almost fall on him. He jumps over into the poetry section, putting a wooden partition between he and them to preserve his shelf life, as a series of unfortunate events try to bowl him over, thrown by those prose lovers, as vicious as cricket, just with soft-back snickets. But when life gives you lemonies, you throw poetry right back. He searches the stacks full of his favorite ammunition. It's time to teach them with some harder hitting competition. So both poets and prosers wage bench warfare, and soon they've made a horrible history of the non-fiction section. But those prose readers know how to scan facts quickly, so they tear apart Terry Deary for some vital information on how to make a Roman formation. And then they toy shell across the room, a textbook maneuver, and soon Benjamin Zephaniah gets deflected by the famous 5, Northern Lights, general top 10 bestsellers. All seems lost until Lucy the Temp enters. She's a stanza fan, has come to join our poet's side. She sets up so that he can spike Milligan onto the opposition. The ranks break and the poets high five. Then ding ding goes the bell. Here comes round 2, when out of the blue, shiny shurikens flash across the room at high speed. The performance poets have joined the fight, and they've found the audiobook CDs. Now, our original poets aren't actually sure whether they share common cause with these suckers for applause, the way they try to instantly gratify it on stage. Maybe these performers give poetry a bad name. Spoken word, it turns out, is the enemy. And as champions of the book, these page poets know how to transform a page, so they fold Roald Dahl into paper-sharp aeroplanes. An army of unintentional origami swans across the room. The situation is snowballing as those prose readers take a leaf from their own books and do the same. So in a twist of fate and paper, Gandalf and Babe get ripped from individual worlds and gripped together, and they ride to war, aimed at those spoken word jokers. And with none of their own material to hand, these vocal vigilantes scamper, spineless. They wail, "But poetry is an oral tradition." Please, the page one say, the first worthwhile poetry was written. You use YouTube videos as texts. Your stuff is archived in the shifty permanence of Wi-Fi. Please accept the irony that for an art form so physical, you're now failing to find things to throw physically. What you gonna do? Click your fingers at me? Our poor performers, they're fast getting hard-backed against the wall when the librarian enters. Shh. Her face turns to debris at the scene, because the library now looks like the inside of a shredder. A carpet of children's literal confetti, all shuffled, all overlapped. "What a beautiful pussy you are," says Voldemort to the Cat in the Hat. And Mallory Blackman now finds herself resting in the political non-fiction. Well, there's a thought. So it's the teachers, bookmarked, dog-eared, paper cut who go home when the bell rings. And it's the students who come in to stand in this three-dimensional book that shouts out from the ground, a different kind of volume. And the pieces steam. And they get on hands and knees in this space now devoid of categories. They read for themselves. Teachers, it seems, have done their jobs because these students, by turning over a few old leaves, they form new stories, piece by piece. Thank you so much. It's funny because I realize the time is now quarter past, but I had another poem, but we can leave it there if we want.
Jasmine, by all means, please go ahead. We're all enjoying.
Bless you. Thanks. Cool. If you don't mind, I'm cool. This one is from my pamphlet, which you very kindly mentioned earlier. Thank you so much. So I can't go anywhere right now and perform live. But if you want me in 2D form, what's interesting is the poems in here, they don't exist online on YouTube or anything like that. They're a completely different thing. All the poems in here are actually a completely different thing. They're set in a different world. Basically, it's called Hurtz, Hurtz, and the idea is it's set in a world where we can see everyone's pain. Everyone's pain has a color, hence the glasses. So, your pain, indigo, might be red. Mine's blue, which is like way more complex, but that's the idea. So I'm just going to read one from this. And yeah, please feel free to I think international shipping is a thing. Shameless plug. I don't know. I've the thought of someone in Philippines reading or Singapore reading this is awesome. So yeah. Have you ever had the feeling, right, that you are surrounded by amazing people, but you don't deserve them? That's what this poem's about. And they hold doors open for you. And they stand up for you on trains. And they carry your drink because your hands are busy with the crutches. And they ask you, are you getting better? And they ask about the stitches, the keyholes the surgeon made to get into your hip. Was it 1? How many? Oh, 5. And will the sutures dissolve? And have you been to the nurse yet to get them removed? And are you getting better? And they see you struggle out of cars. And they pick you up and drop you off. And oh, sorry, did that hurt? And are you getting better? And at night, alone, in your bedroom, you check beneath the bandage. Not the one they know about from the surgery, but the other one. It's not a wound. It's a patch of purple. It's something you've had all along. It is not closing up. And they hear you've started physio. And how are your exercises? And are you sure you don't need help with that stretch? And are you getting better? And will the stitches leave a scar? And you pick up the crutches and drop them. And you pick up the crutches and drop them. And they give you a lift to hydrotherapy. And they pull up chairs for you. And are you getting better? And before you sleep, you slick back the dressing on the other one, the one no one knows you have. This is the part of you that is wrong. You think this thing is the reason why you do things. You tinker with her. You do not call him back. You snap at them, and the skin around it is getting angry, and they notice you're on one crutch now. And are you fully weight bearing soon? And I see you're not wearing the pressure socks anymore. And are you getting better? And this time when you check, the gauze does not stay on. It slides because the wound is wet like eyes, and they invite you on nights out now. And how does it feel to be walking again? And it's the gym every day, is it? And I see you're moving faster now. And how long until you can run? How long until you can run? And the wound is wet, and you pick her up and you drop her. And you pick her up and you drop her. All she wants to do is heal, and you pick her up and you drop her. And it is black now. It yawns. It is bigger than you. It is bigger. It is you. And they ask you, are you getting better? Thank you.
That was incredible.
Thank you so much for the time and the platform to do this. It is so weird to an invisible audience, but it's also like so nice to perform again. You know, it feels like, oh, I forgot what that felt like. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for joining us. Actually, it's afternoon for you?
Yeah, it's 2:20 in the afternoon. So when it was someone saying they got that afternoon coffee, I'm like, yes, that's me.
Ah, yes, coffee, the lifeblood of most writers, including myself.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as too much coffee.
Yeah.
I love that you thought about that for a second. You were like, yeah.
Maybe if like we get some big coffee brand to sponsor us, then we can retire and live off like all the money. We don't have to work, and we can just be like, you know, poetry brought to you by or something like that.
I really enjoyed all of your pieces. That was the first one in particular was very interesting because it was imagery and it was very, very vivid. And I think even for people who aren't familiar with that person and the way he says things, you get an idea that there is an entity behind the quotes and the you wouldn't hear me, but I was snapping along with you.
Ah, for real.
Yeah,
thank you. That one took a while to write, but I guess it's funny because like we're criticizing Trump about a lot of different things now, like his response to the crisis, but it was 4 years ago that the things we can't forget that one of the worst, most horrific things that he was being criticized for was his how he spoke about women and how he was, you know, treating women, and we can't forget that either, I think, especially now that the next election is coming round.
I love that tonight we're talking about home and family, and somehow it just now with what you said, it sounded very much like a mama bear kind of thing. It was like very very girl power, which we can always use more of.
I can't help but write about that a lot. That's the stuff I tend to write about. But so I've got to mix it up sometimes.
Yeah, even with and then when you went to your second poem, I actually you couldn't hear me, but there were points where I was like, oh, that was so well done. That felt like, to me, it felt like you were taking me through a roller coaster.
I was taking what? It
was a roller coaster ride.
That was like a different like tour.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't actually know like how common those books are elsewhere in the world. You know, they're classics here.
Yeah,
But-
Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings alone, absolutely.
Yeah.
Voldemort, you know that line about Voldemort and the Cat in the Hat is going to be stuck with me for a while.
Thanks. I'm glad you appreciate that. Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of those are British classics, and I don't know how how frequent they are. Like Lemony Snicket, like I don't know how familiar like everyone else in the world is with him.
Isn't that
Or Mallory Blackman, you know, it's interesting like how culture references kind of translate across waters really. But I guess it's interesting to show this is a piece of my home, I suppose.
And you certainly did. Although to answer your question, I grew up in Lemony Snicket, so you're good.
You love him?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I've actually properly read Lemony Snicket, so I'm a fraud. But like most of the others I've read, which is great.
Yeah. No, Lemony Snicket, Harry Potter, Cat in the Hat, like Voldemort, Lord of the Rings. I love. Man, if you could hear me, I was just. The girl.
That's another thing I wasn't sure about. I wasn't sure whether like clicking is you know mostly American and then sort of a little bit adopted by British, or how you know what it's like in Philippines. Like how often this is a thing. How often is it a thing?
That's a thing. Don't worry. That's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Usually, people are encouraged because instead of distracting the artist by like yelling out or like talking during somebody's performance, you know, the best respectful way to do it is to just nod your head and all of that, but also like because even applause can get really loud and distracting, right?
Yes. Yeah. Agreed. Man, like I really would love to just experience and visit like Philippines just to like feel what it's like to be in an open mic there, so and just because you just don't know, like unless you get out, you don't know what else there is in the world. Like British open mics and the British scene is one thing, and then like it's just got to broaden your horizons and see what else is out there.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like I said, when you get here, we'll be here. Actually, that was the other thing I was trying to ask you about. You have Filipino blood. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yes. So my mother is Filipino. She was born in the Philippines. I think she was born in Quezon City. And it's funny because I am not as connected to the country as I would like to be. So she moved. She was born in the Philippines. She moved to, and she spoke Tagalog. And she moved to all over the world because her father was a civil engineer. He designed lots of cities and roads. So she moved to Ghana, to Las Palmas, to New Jersey, and then they settled in Perth, Australia. And that's where every time I visit my grandparents, they'd all be in Australia. So I never very often actually went to the Philippines, even though obviously my grandparents were Filipino. My mum, my aunt, and my uncle were all Filipino. So the last time I went to the Philippines, I was 3 years old, but I still remember it. And I kind of always want to go back there because it's a bit of a pilgrimage, it would feel. And it's a part, I feel so proud of it as a part of my heritage, but there's still so much more I want to learn. I don't feel like I know nearly enough, really. Yeah, I cook adobo way too often. But unfortunately, I don't speak Tagalog. I don't know. I don't know why my mom decided not to bring me up bilingual. but hey, so yeah, it's and sadly my grandparents have passed away now, so that heritage is always going to be there, but it's I'm less in touch with it. So yeah, that's essentially my Filipino blood, really.
Thank you. Well, you know what? I cannot wait for you to come visit.
I can't wait either.
Me cannot wait to host you. Cannot wait at all.
I'm really happy
Absolutely.
to be making new friends this way. What a lovely,
Yes.
what a
Thank you
lovely
for joining us.
wild situation. Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I can't wait to see who's next and like seeing them perform. So thank you for having me.
We'll definitely have you on again. Come to the Reformation family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In Tagalog, we say salamat. So
Salamat.
yes, salamat.
Yeah.
Have a
nice.
nice rest of your afternoon.
I will. Thank you so much. You too. Enjoy. Have a good luck with the rest of the show.
All right. Welcome to the family. Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was the absolutely fantastic Jasmine Gondomsi joining us from Birmingham, from the United Kingdom. You can check her out on Facebook, and she has videos on YouTube, and her book her pamphlet rather, Hurts with a Z, is available. If I'm not mistaken, you can go to jasminegardozzi.com. Okay. Again, you're just joining us. This is Free Poetry. This is our first month celebration. Welcome to our show called We're Home. This is our first month celebration. I want to thank our sponsors, of course, who've been with us since day one. What's it called? I want to thank Tamay Gaster Martin Malate, G Hostel in Makati, Dream Wide Awake Coffee, support local coffee, Justin and I were talking about, and of course, the wonderful folks at Expat Choice Asia. Now, I have been hosting for most of this evening, and I'm only one fourth of the We Poetry family, the core of the family. We Poetry is not just me or the gentleman you all are probably used to hearing host. We also have our wonderful tech team, and I'm about to pass it over to somebody else in the family. Tonight, my co-host for the evening is our Chief Technical Officer and our producer. And I will turn you over to her now. So, We Poetry, I would like you all to turn over to the wonderful Miss Patricia Yabut. Pat, come in, Pat.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi. All right.
What's up? So yeah.
What's up? Happy first month.
Happy first month.
Can you believe? We made it.
I honestly
and we're gonna keep making it.
Yeah, I'm really thankful for all of the poets who have guested and showed their art, and I hope that we can hear more of them. Hopefully.
I mean, same. I think one thing we already have family members who come back. Like, tonight we had Kathy again. Tonight we had, Well, Miss Patricia.
Yep. So let's go.
I believe you're the one who knows who's coming next.
Yeah.
I will leave you to it.
All right. So based from what I heard, this artist is a 19-year-old artist hailing from the Philippines, carrying his passion for the arts. He strives to grace any streets and stages with his dualistic pieces, showcasing it at different places and platforms such as the Crown Plaza Hotel, Conspiracy Garden Cafe, and the DZMM Teleradio Show. He is currently a part of the Busing Community PH and stands as a sandig of Alabatinag, Pilipinas. Let's give it up for Sky! Ooh, let's go, Sky.
Hi everyone. Hi Poetry. Good evening.
Good evening. What's up?
Fine, I guess. It's scorching hot here though in the Mindoro. Someone said that it's raining there in the Manila. Is that true? Because I would really love to have rain here because it's really.
I have no idea. I haven't gotten out of my room since yesterday.
well, you gotta have check out on some things around us because uh, this quarantine thing somehow might uh, force us to forget the usual things that happen in our everyday lives, like staring at the window because there's nothing about it. Uh, I hope things would get back to normal soon. Situation. How are you, though?
I'm good. I'm good. I like I said, I haven't gotten out of the room, so I'm stuck here with my laptop and working on some new projects for We Poetry.
Hmm. That's good.
Yeah. So anyway, I heard that you have a few pieces ready for us today or tonight.
Not a lot, but I guess they're lengthy. Yeah, so I'm gonna
Yeah. So
perform.
the stage is yours, man.
Oh, so I'm gonna start right now. Yeah, I'm gonna perform first poem that I wrote a year ago. It's called Back in Spring. A little background. Uh, I was really fascinated with the seasons, and somehow it reflects part of us, of a part of our lives, like our journey. And uh, I made it uh, uh, in the perspective of a tree and a butterfly. It really means a lot to me because it's actually the first lengthy poem that I've written, so I'm really proud of it. And I don't know, it's a 1 year old poem, so things have changed in my writing style, but this is one of the pieces that uh, I will not forget. Yeah, I'm gonna start right now. Uh, so this is called Back in Spring. Uh, yeah. As a tree, I didn't get to see much aside from the same view every single time, except for some minor changes. Of course, the sun goes up and the sun goes down. Deers come here to eat grass and hang around. Birds fly towards on top of me, probably laying nests or whatever. I didn't know because I wasn't really sure and I had a limited vantage point, so nobody shouldn't blame me if I thought that it was boring for most of the time. So I longed for something unusual, like something that could change my life forever unusual, for experiencing the inescapable demise. And I was damn lucky because you came just right after I started. The code drew a butterfly, elegant and free, unlike me, who was edgy and ugly. I was struck by the beauty of your wings so much that it felt like I was falling, despite being crippled to the ground. My heart felt tough and warm, despite having a hard trunk. It felt weird because I was actually supposed to be mindless and emotionless. But maybe there was a reason why I was claimed to be full of wisdom by the people who often came here just to talk about some game with plants and zombies in it. It was stupid, but everything that came after was stupidly beautiful. You had no idea how much you made me feel so alive just by existing. Let's talk about the obvious ones, shall we? For some reason, I bore fruit for you to munch and I grew flowers for you to adore. There were more leaves than ever for you to latch on. My body went drastic changes since the time that we first met. The early days of spring wasn't usually the best, but now I would die yet again just to bring myself back. It's like I was programmed to please you for staying with me. It knew that I was tired of being alone, and it knew that I finally found some company that I could relate to. Talk about your super duper great adventures describing places that I wished I had the chance to see. Well, I talked about the most mundane and trivial things known to man that you never noticed, like the difference of a bee from its queen. We conversed nonstop, so you often rested on my roots or my stems. Never we forgot that it's already night. The eerie silence of the forest was the same as usual, but was kind of better because you were at my side. Would have been so romantic though to see you sleeping, but I remembered that you don't actually do that, like me. we never slept, and that was our first common ground. The following days were more cheerful as we poked fun at teens resting in my shade. We landed on their noses whenever they fall asleep, or whenever they carve out a heart on my trunk with their initials in it. The only thing that I could do was to land a leaf on their head, but they didn't usually notice. They always laughed at me every time I failed to get their attention. It was fine, since instead I had your full attention. The season was perfect because the days were longer and the nights were shorter. You got to spend like years of memories in a span of months. And it almost felt like summer. It was the first time that I wish somebody would correct me for my wrong answers to questions that asks if nothing lasts forever. Because I wanted this to last forever. And I indeed fell for you. The excitement, the anticipation. I was so pumped up to tell you the news about my admiration. I waited for hours and hours. I waited for days and days. Then months had passed and still you never came. I knew it was coming, and I was a fool to think that it came without consequences. The hardest part was the transition. There were no goodbyes, just an abrupt interruption of communication. The affection turned into objection, and I became a mess and made a mess to everyone around me. Then the nature cursed me for this. I blamed the autumn rain. I basically blamed everyone. I was bleeding through my leaves, hoping that the wind would bring me back once you got the message, but it was senseless. The horizon was dark, and it rained so hard that it felt like it was ending. It's exactly the image of what I'm feeling. I couldn't believe that I was weeping, and I needed you. But you were gone, maybe forever. And there was a chill to the core. Coldness you left here embraced every part of me, though there was nothing left. And if it still wasn't enough, there were blizzards that froze me, numbing me to death. Seems that it snowed because it knew that I couldn't take the pain anymore. Just like all the other trees this winter, I withered like Mercy King as I grabbed for my final breath. And I thought it was very, very timely. It looked like I died because of my heart being broken, but darling, that's what it felt. My vision started to get blurred, and I couldn't see the view anymore. The beautiful mountain, the beautiful river. It's the scariest moment. And I thought that it was an eternal slumber to save myself from everything that reminds me of you. But despite all this, I will remember you, even though you only left a memory of me back in spring. And so the tree woke up to see a light from the sky, to hear a sound of an aggressive machine, to feel pain again like it was yesterday. The tree said about an inescapable demise, and this was a foreshadowing. And it finally came to fruition, being literally cut into pieces. And the story was a flashback, the time that its life was changed forever. The end. Yeah, that was back in spring. Yeah. It felt weird because it was nothing personal before, although it was very important to me. Right now, it's kind of what I'm feeling right now. The uncertainty of things, that today might be a happy day, and then tomorrow might be the most saddest emotions you will ever feel. So you gotta hang on and kind of risk it actually, because no one knows the future. Yeah, so you gotta embrace everything, even though things may feel like uh, things might feel like they're numbered or they're temporary. You gotta embrace the moment. So
Hello?
hello.
Hello? Yo, what's up? So,
So yeah,
um,
um,
yeah, your piece was beautifully written, and there's something about memories in the past. What can you say about that?
I think you just have to be grateful because it's already done. Uh, the thing is that memory did something on you, whether it's a small thing or a very very big thing. Um, you gotta be thankful because somehow the universe gave you a chance to experience those things. It might not be as tasteful because pain is really really a bad thing. It can change a person. It depends on how you see pain. And for me, pain may be a bad thing, but I kind of look into the silver lining of things. Uh, uh, Pain made me grow as a person, made me cautious, and made me remember what matters to me the most. Yeah.
So
So
if so, what if the universe could do its magic and give it would give you a choice? Would you change things in your past for you to avoid those memories that you lost, or for those people that you lost?
good question because I was actually thinking the same thing. Earlier, I was talking to someone, and we talked about having control of everything that can somehow change the past and align it to your favor. Um, I don't know. It may have repercussions, and things that you're grateful right now, as of the moment, uh, may be gone or might be gone, uh, because a slight change from the past uh, may change your future drastically, so you can't really tell. And so whenever I think of that moment, uh, I I somehow remember how important the current situation is, on how I like some things right now, and if I ever go back to the past, I might lose them. So I think it's better to learn to learn the lesson of yesterday's rather than change it altogether. And instead of like worrying about the past, just gotta look forward and be ready for it. Yeah, because we're just
Yeah, I
human.
get what you mean, man. I mean, I guess good luck with whatever it is that you're doing, and I hope that you don't regret any of your decisions, or maybe the universe will eventually be kind to us. The universe is doing its magic with the whole COVID mess, and it's all it's all messy, and at the same time we get to learn a lot of new things. So I hope that you do the same on whatever it is that it's is going on to your life. And last question, where can we find you?
Pardon?
Where can we find you? Or how can we reach you? Because we kind of want to hear more of your works.
Oh yeah. I have a social media. I have a social media account. So it's Punong Bayan Sky. PUNONGBAYAN SKY. For our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and SoundCloud. basically universal. That's how you'll find me on the internet. I'm posting poetry at the moment, but I think I'm gonna be posting music stuff. I don't know, maybe a month, but not right now because I'm actually writing a lot of stuff, and I think they're not ready yet to be shown to the public. So I'm focusing on like poetry right now. So I have a series called The Chatula. It's a series of photography and poems by me. Uh, it's kind of like I'm gonna go and like capture a moment and make a poem out of it in Tagalog and in English. And those two different poems can be separate. They can be connected in a way. They can, I mean, not actually like necessarily 100% to be the same story. So yeah, I think you can actually read my poems there.
Speaking of music, I have one request. Due to the public demand, can you share your music for tonight?
All right. Yeah, all right, sure. So yeah, here's Maya.
Oh, I
So
miss Maya. What's up, Maya?
yeah. So backstory of Maya. I bought this from a musician that currently he's now a seaman. He's now working at somewhere far. And he entrusted me with this guitar because he wants me to fulfill my dreams. And so he's really a part of my journey right now. And I'm really thankful that he gave me this guitar. I actually bought it, but in discounted price because it's actually secondhand. Uh, uh, and I'm really glad that I have this opportunity to pursue my passion because he wasn't. But I hope though we will meet again soon. So I named it Maya. It came from the word malamaya, which means gray in Tagalog, because I really like black and white photos. I really like that there's color despite being monochrome. Yeah, so this song is called Tahimik. Uh, yeah, kind of like the song that just embodied my life because talks about waiting at something that may or may not come, but you still gotta risk it because you really love that person or that moment. It can be anything. And so it's in Tagalog. There are foreign viewers or international viewers. I'm gonna translate it for you after I sing the song. So this is called Tahimik. ba? Ang lungkot mo'y dumapi. Tahanan ang dati niya at nahina. Hanap mo. Lunas ng iba-ibigan ng mga bituin. Sana ay marinig kahit ang layo natin tulad ng lupa sa langit. Mahal, puso ko'y tahimik sa tuwing ikaw ang humihintay. Ba, ang lungkot mo'y dumapi. Tahanan ang dati niya nahina. Hanap mo mula sa isang hiling ang aking pangarap. Bibitawan tibok ng ating mga dibdib, muling magsasama magpakailanman. Mahal, puso ko'y tahimik tuwing ikaw ang humihintay. Kapag ang lungkot mo'y dumapi, tahanan ang dati niya at nahina. Hanap mo. Puso ko ay tahimik. Puso ko ay tahimik. Puso ko ay tahimik. Ngayon na kasama kita. Thank you. That's tahimik.
If only I can input the applause sound, I would have given it to you.
Sorry. Yeah, so yeah, scorching hot. Yeah.
Yeah, man. That sounded so different.
It's not
Wow.
right that I'm wearing like, very like long sleeves. Like actually, can make me feel hot, like sweaty and stuff. Yeah. Thank you for this platform, We Poetry. I actually read that Like you showcase like 60 poets from around the world, and it's kind of amazing that you achieved in this that you achieved this milestone. I'm really proud. I'm really happy, and I'm really proud of your hard work, guys. So keep it up. Yeah, happy first month be poetry. Yeah, and I'm really glad to be here. By the way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us because uh, your work is something that should be shared to the world. And uh, I hope that I have a feeling that it's going to inspire a lot of people, just like me and just like the listeners that we have for tonight.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, really hope it does. So
Yeah, so I guess we'll see you soon.
yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm happy. Yeah, if we ever cross paths again somehow.
Yeah, and please do join our pop-up shows and whatever it is that we're gonna do soon. So watch out. Yeah.
I'm gonna be watching. Like always.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, let's catch up soon and um good luck.
Thank you, We Poetry.
Okay, bye. So yes, that was Kai of Alabatinag Pilipinas and TBCPH. For our next artist, he is a writer who has been writing for several years and has published 16 books. The latest one, which is called The Wildness, has 510-line poems. Included are poems he commissioned from various authors on themes such as climate change and natural disasters. After spending a decade in Asia, he is now based in London. Let's give it up for Pierre Vinclair.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
So thank you very much for the invitation. As you can hear, I'm a French writer, so I'm not used to read in English. I will try my best. The poems here have been written directly in English. They are written in the book The Wildness, La Sauvagerie. It's like a bilingual book with poems in French and poems in English. And for this part, this is the 6th part of the book, and it is supposed to be a journey in hell. So I guess that when you want to go to hell, you don't have to be at ease. It's not an easy experience. And that's why I decided to write them directly in English, that is in a foreign language, to be a bit like in a situation of discomfort. So I assume that maybe for you guys, it will be also a kind of situation of discomfort because of my French accent, but I will try my best to make it understandable. So all of them are 10 lines poem, but mixed together. They are trying to build a kind of narrative about a journey in hell. So at first, just to tell a kind of abstract, at first I will go down to hell by a hole, which is a mall where you can buy stuff. And then I will try to have a chat with my dead grandfather, and the ghost of my grandfather will come and will tell me something. I will try to read out loud. I wonder if somewhere lie all your past lives, late chrysalises you shed, heaps of your old selves like emptied chestnut pods rotting in the corner of your schoolyard. How many souls of yours already dead? One clumsy day, you start to couch down slant lines, senseless rhyming, dumb or broken songs, a cocoon in which were composting the spike drives of the unquestioned, forgetting any experience left unwritten. I hear some things broken and I palpate in the dark to fix or to be fixed. I'm not the one who says I understand the healing spell from the desperate hole of injured animals. I'm reclaiming something to someone in the nothingness, groping along a crumbling, quivering bridge made of sand. I venture a sentence or less, a fragment of concrete fever, a body flickering in the wasteland. I was sitting against my ficus friend, reading some verse in the holy shadow of the forest. The white tiger mumbling, "Oh dear." Following him, I entered a small hole and was sucked down by a 14-circle mole of tortures for the living struggle to stay alive and get back to the world. From the stairwell, I could hear the giggles of physicians fiddling with the pipe works, switching on-off printed circuit bodies of unconscious ladies or men, fighting against time, loading new accessories, fake teeth and fake breasts for their fake being. And 6 more circles for entertaining docile crowds of corpses crawling from store to store like an army of blind slugsters shedding their bank mucus. When they are done, they exit the last circle with shivers and their souls are sucked out by their smartphones. Region of sorrow, doleful shades, burdened with a peace dealt globally like a teen rain ruining the fragilest in the garden of a local humble old man, praying for the faraway half-god good omens, the fiends rurally imposed with this language I speak as though I walk on a dark ridge, almost falling, and each step more frightened. One of many institutions of huge violence, men burglarized and summoned to mute their drums and to dream of money, to spray their souls on the church urinals, to teach wild dog packs how to raise pupils, erase trees, choke ideas. I can see among the dead prisoners my loved grandpa, the sparkling gaze spotted with old Ulster's pimples, his scrawny vaulted soul whispers. Ils promirent la paix, nous nous soumîmes. Mais vous avez sacrifié notre terre pour jouir de divertissements, sous-hommes. His soul has a visage, and his visage I never met younger, is a beige craft board with lumps and holes, a lunar paysage of craters where my eyes faithfully land, plant the flag, release the reconnaissance probe. I've been told about the bombs and loves that hollowed these wrinkles out of the half-light, and the 5 years as a prisoner, Poland acting as a knife, spitting life in halves, forever blind to each other. No, no, no one can embrace the umbrageous shades, a guard warns as I go to hang my grandfather. The sword blocks the path. Unless one crosses the Lithi, so that their mind dims and memories fade away, you can only ask them. But what my grandpa beyond the gravestone philosophers and forces with undertone voice, no one can render with earthly words. May it just be matter of a broken poetry, figuring a text of wounds. My grandpa says, long ago, when men, filled with rude mythology, used to sail on the wild, plastic-free ocean, few found, sparkling between the stars, some of the laws of geometry. Thanks to their new knowledge, they built ships that took them where houses were different, yet numbers ruling construction and trade of numbing spices remained unchanged. They pledged an oath to surrender the dusty, numerous gods of the poems and love the one truth. My grandpa says, the jolt history of technology was launched, science facilitating trade, clearing incomes for new machinery. Like a star shining long ago, now dead ash, smothered and crushed under polluted mines, the unique truth gave place to the new manifold of ever-growing money, toward which sailor and priest turned the hearts of local peoples, a face ruining oceans, enslaving science, hushing oaths. My grandpa says, what tsunami has turned out peasant into obsessed office workers, harassed by brainless bosses, spending their weekends within Pokemon Go sheep cattle massed behind their phones, and has transformed market into startups, designing emptiness for our childish minds. What did artist executors of Old Testaments do, apart from mixing with fascists or bureaucratically sucking for grants? My grandpa says, they mimicked the rebel, posed for glory, and challenged each other for the premier meaninglessness. Meanwhile, chimp god stories helped the destroyers to make their empires from the common air, earth, water, and fire. By colonizing wasted intellects, just like a tune played in supermarkets, distractedly overheard by roaming pigeons, sang by a bling rapper who brags. My grandpa says, art is no resistance. Art is nothing. The end. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that poem.
Thank you.
Can you tell me more about how you wrote your piece?
Yeah, of course. So at this time, I used to live in Singapore. And in Singapore, in April, like just right now,
yeah,
the
hello? Pierre, are you still there? Okay, I think we're having some technical difficulties. Again, we are live, so we can't really avoid all of these technical difficulties. But I hope that Pierre is trying to connect again so I can hear more about his story and how he wrote his poem. Pierre, are you still good? So, now, while we're trying to fix Pierre's connection, we are here to thank. Oh, hello, Pierre.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, the connection was lost.
Yeah, it's on my it's my fault.
Okay,
so
okay.
May I just continue what I was saying, or we?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to hear your story.
Just to finish the sentence, at this time during the Singporimo, I was writing this book, and I thought it would be nice to mix my own focus at this time was I wanted to go down a journey in hell, and the prompt given by Singporimo poets. And so each day I tried to answer the prompts, but the prompts weren't about a journey in hell. So I tried to answer the prompt, and in the same way I tried to continue my own poem. That's why, for example, the hole to get down to hell is a mole, because on the first day of Singporimo last year, or the second day, I don't remember, they asked to write a poem about a mole of Singapore. And so for me, the hole who allows people to get down to hell is a mole of Singapore called the Paragon. And so the whole piece I read today was born from both the prompts of the Facebook group of Singapore poets and my own focus in hell.
Wow. Oh my gosh. I really do. I find it interesting to hear about the mix of cultures, especially when it comes to Asian and European. I have a question. What is out of all of the countries that you have visited, where is the most interesting country that you've ever been to?
Oh my God, I don't know. Every country is interesting, I think, but maybe the most strange and interesting in a way very different from other countries would be Japan. I lived 1 year in Japan, and it was my first expatriation. So I was a bit younger. It was 10 years ago, and I think it was the most exotic experience I ever had. Japan is a very strange country, very interesting, with a deep cultural background, and because a lot of Japanese people don't speak English very well, or don't want to speak English, and they don't speak French either. I had to learn Japanese, and it was a very, very interesting experience, and I felt lost in translation all the time, and it was crazy. So I think I would say Japan.
Yeah, that's the thing about foreign countries. And were they able to influence the way you write?
Sorry?
That's the thing about traveling and living in different countries. Were they able to influence the way you write?
Yeah, of course. Of course. It was a bit difficult for me to read Japanese literature in Japan, of course. But when I was there, I was very interested by epics at this time. And so I translated into French, but from an English version, the Kojiki, which is the first Japanese text of mythology and literature. So it's like back to the 8th century. And so I found a very good English version. So I translated from English to French, and it was an amazing experience. And when I get to China afterwards, I thought I learned Chinese also, and I thought it would be great to do basically the same thing. So I tried to progress to improve my Chinese until I can translate from Chinese to French. And so with all these translations, I was very, very, moved by those languages. All the more as I come from French poetry field is very different, I think, from Singapore poetry field or Japanese or Chinese poetry field, which I know less, but I know a little bit. French poetry is very like avant-gardish and experimental, and a lot of people doesn't want to, how to say, they don't think that poetry should be especially a place where you express your feelings and so on. They are very like influenced by the American avant-garde of the 20th century, such as Ezra Pound or George Oppen or this kind of stuff. And so I came from this background and dealing with more expressing feelings like the way poetry is conceived in Asia, which is, I think, to my experience, which is less experimental and more a way of expressing your deep feelings. I think I got, I tried to mix it up, and I think my poetry now is the result of these influences.
Wow, that's nice to hear. So for the last question, we definitely would love to hear more of your works. So where can we find you?
So you can find me on Facebook under the name Pierre Catastrophes. And because I run with two good friends, I run a poetry magazine online and paper also. And the name of the magazine is Catastrophes. So mainly you can find me on Facebook or on Twitter, on Instagram under my name.
Wow, okay. We will
Thank you very much.
definitely check it out. And
Thank you,
I hope
Salamat.
that you would come back soon.
Yeah, of course. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
you are a part of our home. And you're celebrating our first monthsary with us.
Yeah.
So this is
Happy
definitely
new month.
something to. Yeah, thank you. So this
Thank
is
you.
something.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So that was Pierre Catastrophes, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed his piece, and especially the way he talks about culture and how it influenced his work. Now, we came from London, and we are now going back to the Philippines. This artist is from Laya, Manila. He is a spoken word artist, and he is also a part Laya, and also Laya Manila is a spoken word and music collective aiming to spread the message of hope and inspiration to Filipino audiences since 2017. He is a poet who is fascinated with cats and dogs. He started to have an intimate relationship with words and metaphors in 2016. So let's give it up for Lance
Hello, good
Abellion.
evening, everyone who is watching. I am so very honored and privileged to be part of this milestone of We Poetry. And yeah, it's such an honor. It's a great feeling. I'm a bit nervous, but yeah, so let's do this. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hello? Yeah, the stage is yours.
Yeah. All right. So first I would like to greet my fellow members in Laya Manila. Good evening. Thanks for watching. I know that some of you are watching and some of you are asleep already, but yeah. So this first piece that I'm going to perform is a piece dedicated to our dear frontliners not just in the Philippines, but dear frontliners in the whole world. So I am very much I am very much their strength is I'm very speechless on how they are trying to dedicate themselves and working for the country, for their specific countries, and yeah. So this piece is called Warrior. Every person has a place in this world. No matter how bleak the future is, you can make it clear with the ability to aim high, shooting the stars and making it happen. A warrior is ready to fight the battle until the enemy surrenders and accepts defeat. No matter how life brings, he lifts his chin up, ready to face the battle ahead, aiming for victory. And yes, you are a warrior. You are a shadow worth following. No matter how far you go, whatever it takes, even when the bow breaks, you can reach the finish line you're aiming, no matter how fast or how slow. You are limitless. You are the sun that shines above the clouds. You are the universe. You are the hope that waits to rise when everything else crumbles. You rise above every catastrophe. You are a warrior. bones and marrow, flesh and blood, with a purple heart willing to fight until you win. You are a shadow worth following. You're not a mistake. Your smile is like an ocean of grace pouring down, running over, waiting to explode to the hearts of souls who wander in slumber. You are the hope. You are the light that the world awaits to see. Stand, shine, conquer, live. Thank you very much. That was Warrior. And first of all, I'd like to thank We Poetry Global for allowing me to be part of this milestone. I am so proud of you guys of what you've been doing for the past month. And it's a great feeling that with different poets and different nationalities, we come together with one purpose: to celebrate poetry and to prove to the people that poetry is still alive and literature is still alive. So the second piece that I'm going to perform is a piece in Filipino. This piece is dedicated to all the people who experience depression and anxiety attacks and other mental illnesses. I wrote this piece way back in June of 2017, and it was raining. And basically, the concept of rain is connected to the poem, but basically it's not the typical rain that is going to be much shown in the poem, but basically it's about the rain inside of us, which is sadness, uncertainty, despair, and hopelessness. This piece is entitled Kapag Sumapit ang Tag-ulan. Kaibigan, kapag sumapit ang tag-ulan, hayaang ang aking mga bisig ang maging kanlungan mo, asahan mo. Ako ang tahanang magsisilbing silungan mo kapag nagsimulang manalasa ang bagyo. At sa iyong pananatili ay makakatagpo ka ng mainit na yakap na alam ko na matagal mo nang inaasahan buhat sa mga taong nakapaligid sa iyo, at oo, ramdam ko na matagal mo nang hinihintay ang pagtahan ng tag-ulan dahil sa mga sugat at pilat na iyong natamo buhat nung ikaw ay masaktan. Magmula nung hindi mo na maramdaman ang haplos ng tag-araw na pumapanaw ng pandalamigong pagtatagpo ng araw at ng kalangitan na nakapagbibigay sa iyo ng kilig. Kaya kaibigan, kapag sumapit ang tag-ulan, sasamahan kita sa paglalakad na kahit humampas man ang malakas na pag-ihip ng hangin ay hindi ka na matatangay dahil sa mga kamay ko. Ang mga kamay ko na handang umakap sa mga bisig mo, na kapag masyado ng maingay ang mga ugong ng panghusga na paulit-ulit na pinapakawalan ng mundo, ay handang-handa akong ibigay ang pagtanggap at paglingap na hinahangat mo. Kaya halika, sabay natin tahakin itong daan. Huwag mong alalahanin bawat pagpatak ng ulan dahil ako ang magsisilbi mong payong susukob sa iyo upang di ka na muling makaramdam ng pag-iisa at ng kalungkutan. At kapag dumating ng sandali na sumapit na ang tag-araw, o kahit dumating man muli ang tag-ulan, kaibigan, makakaasa ka. Hindi na ako kailanman lilisan. Hayaang mong ako ang iyong maging tala at gabay sa landas na nais mong patunguhan. So thank you very much. That was my second poem entitled Kapag Sumapit ang Tag-ulan. And again, I would like to thank We Poetry for allowing me to be part of this milestone, for celebrating your first month in the online world. And you are a testament that poetry is still alive, and yeah, it's very much alive, and people have to accept this, that literature has a big part of us, basically in our society, in our culture, because literature is something that we can always hope for and aiming for the better. So the second piece, this next piece that I'm going to perform is in Filipino again. It's about being a mission to others. It's about being someone who is willing to lend a help. And I believe that all of us in this world, all of us in this planet have a mission to do, which is primarily to spread love, inspiration, hope to mankind. So this piece is entitled Mission. Tayo ay isang misyon. Isang proyektong sa habang panahon ay patuloy lamang sa pamumukadkad. Huwag kang mag-alinlangang mangarap at sa alapaap ito ay iyong ilipad. Sa bawat araw ng buhay, iba-iba ang tinatahak nating mga daan. pababa ka o pataas man, pakaliwa ka man o pakanan. Ngunit parati nating tatandaan na hindi kailanman tayo dapat na matakot na isigaw ang sarili nating mga tinig dahil tayo ay isang tinig ng pag-ibig na nakatakdang umalingaw-ngaw sa daigdig. Taglayin natin ang tapang at lakas ng loob upang patuloy lamang tayong tumindig. Patuloy lamang tayong tumindig na sa pagtatapos ng lahat, ang pag-ibig lamang sa sanlibutan ang siyang mananaig. Bawat isa ay mga bituin. May kanya-kanyang kislap, kanya-kanyang tingkad, kanya-kanyang abilidad, kanya-kanyang mga talento. Bawat isa ay may kwento. Hayaang mailapat sa kwaderno ang ating paghingang sa mga palad lamang niyan nakaplano. Paminsan-minsan panay man tayo sa bawat paniniguro, ngunit sa Kanya ang ating kapalaran at tadhana ay sigurado at oo, tayo ay isang misyon. Hindi ito bunga lamang ng imahinasyon o maraming tipak ng ilusyon. Humayo kang sa bawat araw ng buhay ay magsilbing pag-asa at inspirasyon. Dahil ang oras ay patuloy lamang sa pagtakbo. Patuloy lamang sa pag-ikot ang ating buhay nagsisilbing mga relo. Kaya wag mong isawalang bahala na maikalat ang punlan ng pag-ibig at kalayaan na minsan niyang naitanim sa puso mo. Isang patunay lamang na hiram lamang ang buhay na ito. Na sa Kanya at sa ating mga palad ay dapat lamang na umikot ang ating mundo. Thank you very much. That was Mission. And now I'm going to perform my last piece for tonight. This poem talks about about our hands, which is for me, I believe that our hands is a very, very powerful tool for spreading love and inspiration. Hands is a tool of why we are still exist, of why we are still here. And in this epidemic, in this kind of situation, all of us are exhorted to help on one another. No matter no race, it doesn't matter race, it doesn't matter religion, but our common ground is love, which is we have to spread it to other people. And this piece is entitled Ang Ating Mga Kamay. This piece talks about our hands. Thank you very much, We Poetry. This is my last piece for tonight. Ang ating mga kamay ang pangunahing kasangkapan ng pag-ibig. Nagiging tulay ng paghilom sa may sakit. Nagiging daluyan ng init ng pagmamahal sa mga nanlalamig. Nagiging mga sandata upang ipaglaban ang bawat kabalintunaan sa kapaligiran. Nagmimistulang mga sandok na handang abutan ang mga nagugutom at nauuhaw. Nagiging silang mga panangga upang maging panabla laban sa pang-aapi ng iba. Nagiging pansamantalang tahanan na handang kupin ang mga nawalan. Hindi sila handang humulagpos. Kumukumpas sila ng mga awit na hindi kailanman matatapos. Sumusuot sila sa mga kaluluwang naghahanap ng pagdamay at paglingap. Tumatapik sila sa mga balikat ng ipinagkibit balikat ng inaasaang aakay sa kanila. Makapangyarihan ng ating mga kamay. Hindi lamang sila sandata upang tayo ay makagalaw. Na kapag sa sandaling magtangkang maglaboy ang kamatayan, ang ating mga kamay, ang hatid nila ay buhay. Once again, I'm Lance Abellion from Laya, Manila. Thank you very much, We Poetry, for inviting me to this very, very, very momentous and very festive occasion. Congratulations, We Poetry, in your first month. More to come. So yeah.
Thank you.
Hello,
Lance.
Yes, hello.
Again, yes, hello. Wow, thank you for those poems. I mean,
Yeah.
one common ground that I saw or I heard from all of those, which is bravery. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's about at this time and this pandemic, all of us are exhorted to stand up in our own houses and lend help to people those who are in need. I mean, yeah, we have to be good Samaritans at this point in time because, yeah, as I've said, our common ground is love, and we should live by it and practice it to other people.
yeah, we have to be brave for our frontliners, which we are very thankful for. And
Yeah,
we also have
yeah.
to be brave for our families and for ourselves.
You know what? The frontliners in every country in the nation in the world, they have my salute, man. I admire their bravery and sacrifice for making their countries better despite of this pandemic. And their lives are a testament that yes, there's a glimmer of hope and we should live by it and we should hold on to it that soon this pandemic will be over.
Yeah, I hope so because I miss going to gigs. I miss seeing people perform live.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I hope Lance, are you still there? Hello? Yes.
Yeah.
Um anyway, ayun, going back, I miss going to gigs. I miss seeing people perform live.
Yeah. Me
Seeing
too.
Brave
I
on
mean,
stage.
I've been dying to go live, but yeah, but I'm really thankful for technology. It's because of technology, all of us can still do this and perform live, and many people are in the internet now. So I hope that this thing that we are doing is sparks a glimmer of hope in their souls, and yeah, that there's still hope, and all we gotta do is to just help other people, spread love, and just believe in faith that in God all things are possible, and this pandemic will be over.
Yes, yes. And so Lance, where can we find you?
Oh yeah, you can follow me on my social media account. Just key in Lance Abellon in the search bar on Facebook. That's LanceAbellon. And you may follow also Laya Manila on Facebook, facebook.com/laya.manila. And we are also on Twitter at Laya MNL, and on Instagram, Laya_Manila. And by the way, we have a YouTube channel. Just search Laya Manila, and yeah, all of our poems and performances are there. So check it out.
Yeah, we will definitely check it out. And I hope that you come back for a few of other shows.
Oh yes, I would love to be part of it. I would love to. I mean, it's always a privilege to perform for you guys and perform for other participants of this open mic as well. So,
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
right,
And
thank you
I
very
hope
much.
yes, thank you, and see you soon,
All
Lance. I
right,
hope
see
to
you,
see
see
you
you, see you,
live.
see you, see you. All right,
All
thanks.
right.
Bye.
Bye. So that was Lance, everyone. And um yeah, something about being brave is it's something that's noble, and not everyone has the power to go all out and take the risk for the things that we have to do. So I'm really thankful for all of our frontliners who are risking their lives for the for COVID-19, and for also for everyone who are fighting for each day, and who are choosing to be strong in this very, very scary time. And for our next performer, we are still in the Philippines, and she is a singer songwriter, and also a mental health advocate. She co-founded the organization Buhay Movement, and let's give it up for Miss Valine. Hello, Valine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Can you
Can you?
can you hear me? Yes, I can perfectly hear you.
Okay na.
Yes.
Hello, Indigo.
Oh wait, Indigo is not yet on the line. This is actually Pat. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Miss Me.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting us. Yeah, inviting me. Yes, I am one of the co-founders of Buhay Movement, and Buhay Movement is a nonprofit org for mental health awareness and suicide prevention. And when I heard that the theme is "We Are Home," I find home in three things. Okay, first is God. I don't mean to be preachy, but now I just need to have that faith, and I need to have that hope, especially now that we are in a crisis. The second one is freedom, and the third is in gratitude. So for me, para sa akin, ang sining ay napakahalaga. Dito tayo umuwi eh. Diba? Para sa akin, yung sining o yung art ay napaka-powerful din. So, sisimulan ko sa isang spoken word poem. I'm not a spoken word artist, but I am going to do my best to convey the message through this poem. It's in Filipino. Ngayon kasi marami nang nagtatanong kung gaano tayo kabait, kung pure ba yung intentions natin sa pagtutulong. kung mabait talaga tayo. Kaya ang pamagat nito, mabait ka kasi. Tandang-tanda ko nung araw na yon, maliwalas, tasang araw, tanghaling tapat, bagong gising pa ata ako noon, maganda ang panahon. Nang biglang may tumawag sa telepono ko at sinabi, Balin, kinalulungkot ko na wala na ang kaibigan natin. Tinapos na niya ang buhay niya kahapon. 2016 nung nabalitaan ko yun. 2016 din nung muntikan na rin ako dahil sa isang sunog na hindi namin napaghandaan. 2016 nung nawalan din ako ng volunteer at ng estudyante at sa kalagitnaan ng unos at bighati ng taong 2016. Umupo ako sa harap at tinanong ko ang Diyos, mabuti ka ba talaga? Mabait ka ba talaga? Nung namatay si Judas, umiyak ka pa. Sa lahat ng mga nangyayari at mga nangyayari sa buhay natin, gugustuhin pa ba natin maging mabait? Sabi nila kapag masyado kang mabait, ikaw ang unang kukunin ni Lord. Sabi ko naman, hindi magandang biro yun. Sabi nila, masyado ka namang seryoso, Vale. Ang sabi ko naman, oo, seryoso ako. Hindi lahat ng katawa-tawa para sa inyo ay nakakatawa para sa amin. Pero kung sasakyan ko ang joke na yun, ibig sabihin lang nun, nakasama ko na ang mga pinakamabait sa mundo, sumalangit nawa. Tinanong ako minsan kung pwede raw ba akong magbahagi ng tungkol sa pagiging mabait. Ang natanong ko yata nung gabing yun ay bakit haharap ko sa entablado at sasabihin sa inyong lahat na naging mabait ko, tama ba? Ilang beses ko na rin kasi narinig sa ibang tao na mabait ka lang kasi. Mabait ka lang kasi kailangan eh. Mabait ka lang kasi may reputasyon ka. Mabait ka lang kasi maraming umaasa sa'yo. Mabait ka lang kasi guro ka, feaster ka, taong simbahan ka, nag-rosaryo araw-araw. Mabait ka lang kasi babae ka. Mabait ka lang kasi marami kang pinagdaanan. Mabait ka lang kasi marami kang daladala. Siguro kung hindi mo pinagdaanan lahat nun, marahil hindi ka mabait. Hindi ka talaga mabait. Masakit ang kanilang mga salita. Pero sabi nga, Bea Alonso, sa Four Sisters in a Way, kung saan nila kanaladkad si Makausap. Para bang kasalanan to? Para bang kasalanan to? 2020 na ngayon at natuto na akong makinig sa kung ano ang totoo. Hindi mo kailangan gumawa ng napakaraming bagay, ng projects, events, activities para masabi mo sa sarili mo na mabait ka. Lalo na sa panahon ngayon na ang bawat galaw mo ay pinupuna, hindi mo kailangan patunayan sa harap ng tao o kahit dito mismo kung sino ka talaga. Hindi naman yun ang gustong ipahiwatig sa atin ng Diyos tungkol sa kabaitan. Ang sabi niya lang, love is kind. Sabi ni Saint Teresa of Calcutta, kahit ano pang sabihin nila, kahit ano pang ibato sa'yo, be kind anyway. If you judge people who judged you, you do not have the time to love them anyway. Do your best to be the living expression of God's kindness, kindness in your face, kindness in your eyes, kindness in your spirit. Sige nga, pakita nyo sa lahat kung ano ang pinakamabait niyong mukha. Sa kasamaang palad, wala akong resting place. Gayunpaman, bago ako matapos sa tulang ito, may gusto akong ituro sa inyo. Alam niyo ba kung anong salitang buhay sa sign language? Ganito yan. Buhay. Buhay. Sinasalamin ng kabutihan niya ang siyang kabaitan natin. Ang kabutihan ng Diyos ang siyang kabaitan natin. Kaya paalala sa sarili at tuwing inilalagay niyo ang inyong kaliwang kamay sa dibdib, kapag may pintig pa yan, ibig sabihin lang nun, buhay ka pa. Ibig sabihin lang nun, may puso ka. Ibig sabihin lang nun, mabait ka, mabuti ka, mapalad ka. Maraming salamat. So that's my first piece. I don't usually do spoken word poetry because I'd rather think of myself as a singer-songwriter. So I'm going to sing something. I told you that I find home in freedom. So ang pamagat nito ay saranggola. Lahat tayo gusto na maging malaya. Malaya saan? Kayo na bahala mag-interview. saranggola kita ko, papalayo ng papalayo, saranggola darap ko, san ka nga ba patungo, nahanap na nga ba na wala, tila di ka na bumaba, sa hangaring makalipad, san ka nga ba napadpad, malayo ka na, ha, dara, saranggola, hayaan, saranggola, nakita ko, papalayo ng papalayo, saranggola, nintay ko, mapasakin na ito, nalimot na nga bang tumula, puro buntong hininga, panibagong simula, maglayag sa haraya, malaya ka na, handara, ang saranggola, hayaan, umabot na nga ba sa wala, saranggola, babaya, masdan mo mga tala, sa paglipad ng malaya, hindi kailangang bumitaw, di na dapat patanaw, hanggat damdamin mo'y tinugaw, at malaya ka na. Saranggola, hayaan. Usually I also have a guitarist, but since we're in quarantine, I did my best to review chords. So my last piece is for the farmers out there. I said that I find home in gratitude. And sabi nga nila, yung mga magsasaka, ay napakahalaga ngayon. Pero naisip niyo ba na may mga pangarap din sila? Lagi tayo umaasa sa kanila, pero sila rin ang may mga pangarap. So we find home in our dreams, and I think they have these dreams too. So ganito yan. Dali Kabahan na. Ang pamagat nito, mapalad ka. Sorry. Sa ilalim ng araw, nagtsatsaga, sa hirap ng buhay, ang magsasaka, tinang ng lupa, ng biyaya, hawak ng palay, ay bukas niya. balat mo, ang bawat puti mula sa'yo. May gintong aral at pag-asa dahil sa lupang inalay nila iyong tanggapin. Buhay mo di lang para sa akin, pangarap mo sa buhay magsisimula sa inanim mong palay. Magpasalamat sa guhit ng iyong palad. Binunggal mo sa amin pagbabago, kami mabubuhay para sa'yo. May gintong aral at pag-asa dahil sa lupang inalay nila iyong tanggapin. Buhay mo'y di lang para sa akin, pangarap mo sa buhay magsisimula sa inanim mong palay. Magpasalamat sa guhit ng iyong palad. Thank you. That's it. Nakabahan ako.
Wow, okay, ang galing niyo po.
Ako. Lang yun.
Wow.
Sorry.
I mean, the theme of our show tonight is We Are Home, and the way I hear your works and your poem and your songs, parang I feel at home. And the way I'm talking to you now, as in you give out this homey vibe, which is I'm very
Thank you.
very thankful for. Yeah. Ay, wait, sorry. I thought you were gonna speak pa. Anyway,
Yun.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Anyway,
Hello,
I
Yen.
heard that you co-founded your movement Buhay, which is the
Yeah.
Can you tell
Buhay
me more?
movement.
Yeah, Buhay movement. And can you tell me more about it?
Buhay movement. From my first piece, it started 2016. Kasama namin ang Alab at kasama namin si Mon Javier. We co-founded this because of an unfortunate incident. Rest in peace sa aming friend na nawala na. After doing that, we were thinking na baka kailangan natin alagaan yung kalusugang pampag-iisip. Gusto lang namin gumawa ng mga exhibit about it. But then, a lot of other people, a lot of other advocates, mental health advocates helped us out. 21, 22 of them, psychiatrists, psychologists, artists, educators, etc. They wanted to help us out kasi hindi ganun kadali gumawa ng isang org for mental health awareness, especially na this is for suicide prevention. And back in 2016, wala pang law nun. Through the movement, I met Indigo. So, and now, ang dami na nangyayari. Mental health is very important for to help us cope with COVID-19, the trauma that we're having. Art is also a form of therapy. I do believe in that. Pinagsama ko yung sining, yung music, yung art, and siguro, and yung ano ba to, mental health kasi pwede siyang gawing for lifestyle modification.
Yes, I get
Yun.
you. I
So,
understand.
nagsimula kami 2016.
Oh, wow. I definitely understand you, lalo na sa mga nangyayari ngayon sa hindi lang virus
Yeah,
ang
sobra.
kinakalaban natin ngayon, kundi
Yes.
yung mental health natin, yung mga sarili natin. Kasi nakukulong tayo at hindi natin nakikita ang mga taong sanay tayo makita. So I really do appreciate your movement, lalo na it gives support to those who are in need din po.
Yeah. Always take care of yourself also. Cannot really pour from an empty cup, but there will always be other people, other groups also who could help. Kasi ang Buhay Movement, pinapakilala rin namin yung mga ibang works katulad ng Y4MH, ADSP, mental health sila Bo, Tala, kasi hindi kaya ng isang org mental health awareness lalo sa buong community. So we came up with a community. We're doing our best to come up with a community for support kasi hindi kaya isang pool of psychologists lang or psychiatrists, especially na kulang tayo. So, yeah, we've been doing our best to help NCMH, and marami nangyari sa NCMH, but we're doing our best to help them out. And then Indigo invited me here, so sabi ko, I need a break from raising funds and donating PPEs to them.
I'm curious, paano po kami makakatulong?
But then, there will always be andun sa page namin sa Buhay Movement, or you could also go to Silakbo. Nandun yung page for donations. However, kahapon sinara muna namin kasi biglang nagkaroon ng news na hindi na raw pwede magbigay ng donations. But then binawi kaninang umaga. So, medyo stress. Marami rin namang iba na gustong tumulong sa NCMH. Pwede rin kayo mag-donate. Y4MH is fun. ADSP also. Para kay Sisa. Yan, para kay Sisa. And, yun. Grabe lang yung mga nangyayari. So, this for me is very helpful for my mental health. This event, kasi it's a switch off also.
Yes, and that's what we are here for. Kasi all of us are battling our own fights, and we want to provide an avenue for poets, for artists to have a breather and really get to appreciate the art, especially in these trying times.
Kaya sobrang thank you for this kasi ang laki rin na natutulong ito sa totoo. Malaki na natutulong.
Yes, and we
Thank you
are here
ulit.
weekly. I hope you get to guest more for our other future events.
Yeah, why not? Sige ba? Why not? Yeah, sige.
and maybe we can work something out. I mean, a collaboration between We Poetry and Buhay Movement. Ganda nun.
Oo, maganda talaga yun. Lalo na ngayon na kailangan din breather ng napakaraming tao. Oo, sobra.
Yes po. Do you since you are a singer-songwriter, do you also have links or other SoundCloud, Spotify? How can we hear your songs?
Wow. Actually, meron akong SoundCloud, pero hindi ko pa na-update. It's one of my goals since 2017 to come up with an album for mental health. Like, parang pag pinakinggan mo yun, you know somehow that you're not alone, you know somehow that it's okay to ask for help. Dapat nga yun ang kakantahin ko solely ngayon. Kaya lang may problema sa sounds. So I just played the songs that I wrote for for other people, like our farmers. And yeah, that was before I was a mental health advocate. Ito lang. Grabe yung art kung saan
Yeah, I mean, kung san-san ang nare-reach niya. Totoo.
Yeah. Ang gagaling din ng mga nanonood ako kanina, mga tumutula. Buhay.
Yes, thank you, thank you. And I hope that
Ang
you
spoken word, yay!
Yes po?
Buhay pa ang spoken word kasi people are also questioning if it's still thriving. I'm happy that I could still hear.
Well, so poetry, binubuhay namin at binibuild namin ito for all the poets, for all the rising poets, and for those who want to start out. This will be the home for them and for them to improve on everything that they will do. Ayun po. So yes, thank you po, and I hope we get to collaborate. I guess we will talk soon about it. And yes,
no
so yes, thank you po, thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Okay, that was Valine, who is a mental health advocate and also the co-founder of Buhay Movement, which, like I said, kanina, we are going to collaborate hopefully soon. And for our next artist, Jello is our next artist, and I would see him on the streets of Pinoval near UST, near my university, and I would see I would see a lot of people would go to his busking spot and would watch him with full intent. And he is an independent writer, and he writes from the heart, and much of his time is spent spreading positivity to students, sharing his inspirational tunes. Aside from UP Fair's Hiwaga busking stage, he was able to perform at venues such as Segio and Justin Pat's. So let's give it up for Jello!
Okay na ba? Okay na. Dinig ako?
Yes.
Hi, kumusta?
Kamusta, Jello?
Okay, ganito siya. Okay. Hi, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Good. Hi.
Yes,
Hi,
hello.
Poetry
Kamusta ka
Lounge.
naman dyan? How are you? Hello?
Nanonood ako kanina.
Nanonood ka kanina.
Hey,
Ready ka na
rinig
ba
ba ako?
sa mga... Yeah, oo, rinig ka. Ready ka na ba? Are you ready for taking the stage and inspiring us of your magnificent tunes?
Nakaka-pressure, pero yeah, I'm ready.
All right. The
Okay.
stage is yours.
Bala ko samahan ako kung ano. Hi, ako po si Jello Semicolon. I'm Jello Semicolon. I'm the semicolon is part of my stage name. Again, thank you, VP Poetry Global for inviting me. Of course, for you guys, I'm down. And hello to anyone who's watching on YouTube. I was asked to perform my pieces tonight, and it's been quite a while since I've tried to perform per se spoken word poetry. And my mom in the scene as Mama Indico, she asked me to perform jukebox poetry where I recite my songs into poetry. Last night I wrote something. It's called Turning 20. So since it's a global kind of organization or something for poets, I'm honored to be a poet still. Yeah, I decided that I'm going to perform an English piece. It's called Turning 20. And please, to anyone who's here, please let me know if I'm not being heard because I think the connection is weak here. So yeah, Turning 20. Oh my God. 1, 2, 3. Turning 20 by Gel. It's an unreleased song, by the way. I made it last night. When I was 13, I didn't know what I want to be. I discovered things on the internet and places I shouldn't be in. And then I turned 14. I just wanted to fit in, tried to do all the extremes and wear clothes I don't feel real in. Oh, life, how weird. You treat us differently. I wonder what you have in store. Turning 15 was when I fell in love. She's a girl who played an instrument, the first to break my heart. Eventually, I turned 16, but it felt so bittersweet. And it's when Six Strings just spoke to me. Now we've done so many things. Oh, life, how weird. You treat us differently. I wonder if I can take more. We're not getting younger, and time will come, we'll be our own kind shoulder. The make believes, the silly things, they're now part of memories. Looking back, I wouldn't have it differently. And turning 20 was the best of my life. I forgave myself for past mistakes and learned to say goodbye. For now, I heal, acknowledge what I feel. Hopefully, I love myself more. Again, we're not getting younger. Time will come, we'll be our own kind shoulder. The make believes, the silly things, they're now part of memories. But looking back, I wouldn't have it differently. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was turning 20. I just wrote it last night. It's also my shortest song ever. I usually write in the 4 minute to 5 minute range, and it's really, really funny how I wrote something so short, but I love it because it's so honest. But at the same time, I'm also doubtful about it. It's fun. It's fun to explore stuff. I haven't written in English for quite a while, so can I go landscape on this? I'm not sure. I'm not going to risk it. But anyways, yeah. Again, most of my songs are in Tagalog, so I'm sorry. Kinda need to improve myself on writing English again. But anyways, uh, uh, I'm no spoken word artist anymore, so I I prepared two songs. Two songs? Yeah, two songs. Though I won't sing my mental health song tonight because I don't feel like it. But hopefully you are here listening to the different and beautiful poets tonight. And I hope you are encouraged. I hope you felt the positivity, the messages to accompany you throughout this lockdown or quarantine. It's been rough for some people, so I get you. I get you. I get what you're feeling. Feeling. I didn't expect the praises kanina yung iba because the other I wrote those down the bio as an artist. The others caught me off guard, so I'm pretty touched and pressured at the same time. Ayun, balik Tagalog na. Itong kanta, itong kanta ay pinamagatang magsasawa ka ba sa akin. Para siya sa mga mother figure ko sa buhay. Tapos, ayan. And dark or sad para sa kanta pero I want to show how honest I can be when I write songs. Ahem. Kinakabahan ako. But okay. Alright. Masasawa ka ba? Masasawa ka ba? Masasawa ka ba? Katulad ng iba. Mulat ng mata, ikaw ba ay sasaya pag ako ang iyong nakita? Masasawa ka ba? Masasawa ka ba? Magsasawa ka ba sa'kin po? Sa iyong pagising, pakisabi na lang ko. Ang bigat ng puso ko, baka madagdagan ng timbang, sapagkat ito lang ako. Napagkakamalan na lang iba. Mamayang gabi, makuha pa kayang umiti, o makuha niya. Magsasawa ka ba sa'kin bukas sa iyong pagising? Pakisabi na lang kung oo. Gusto kong maligaw sa haba ng iyong buhok. Bangungot kang naligaw sa panaginip ng antok. Sa tahanan na pino, nakaukit ang pangalan mo. Pinto'y bukas para sa iyo. Bakit hindi ako ang uwian mo? Sasawa ka ba sa'kin bukas sa iyong pagising? Pakisabi na lang kung oo. Sana humabang gabi, bumimbing ang iyong ngiti. Kahit di ako ang katabi, huwag ka lang magising. Sana hindi ka magsawa. Sana hindi ka magsawa. Magsasawa ka ba sa'kin bukas sa iyong pagising? Pakisabi na lang kung oo. Magsasawa ka ba sa'kin bukas sa iyong pagising? Nakakasawa ba ako? Magsasawa ka ba sa'kin? Sana hindi. Magsasawa ka ba sa'kin? Sana hindi. Yeah. Tapos, magsasawa ka ba sa akin? Yeah. Okay. For non-Filipino viewers, there are any. It's about asking someone if they're going to get tired of you or not. So you need assurance because assurance is my love language. So I wrote a song about it. I think I'm writing an EP, an entire, an entire EP about assurance, and that speaks a lot. Other than that, yeah, it's basically about that. So it's about my mom figures, as I said. Okay, I am explaining because I'm nervous. I don't know if I'm being hurt, but okay. Again, I'm Charles Semicolon. It's my last piece. My next is my last piece or song. Wait lang, I'm gonna tune my guitar. Again, from our homes, we can clap or snap or clap in our heads for poetry. They've been doing this for a month now, as far as I know. Please correct me if I'm wrong later. But yeah, I'm really happy for them. Proud of excuse me, proud of them even. And yeah, it's my honor to perform. My next song is my single on Spotify. It's called Ikaw sa Salamin. Para sa mga taong ayos lang na hindi sa atin. And para rin siya sa mga insecurities na valid magkaroon ng insecurities. So, yes. Tapos, kaya ikaw, secret lang natin. Ikaw sa salamin. Kasi when I first saw this person, I was wearing my glasses. And then she claimed that I wasn't wearing my glasses when I saw her. Pero I was. So ikaw sa salamin because I saw her with glasses and she's still pretty. But it's just a story now. So okay, the song is called Ikaw sa Salamin. I hope you like it. 1, 2, 3. What was it? Okay. Tingnan mo ang salamin, kay ganda mo ng tanawin, yanin mo'y pagkapitin. Ayos lang na hindi sa'kin, ikaw ang matala na hindi ko mahahawakan. Kay ganda ng gabi, bininturahan itim na langit. Sana nga'y titingnan na isa magkaisa. Kaya ang mga pusong sinadya ng tadhana o kaya'y parte lang ng iyong storya para lang matuto ka. Tingnan mo ang salamin, kay ganda mo ang tanawin, ani mo'y mga bituin. Ayos lang na hindi sa'kin, ikaw ang matala na hindi ko mahahawakan. Pagbitaw ng mga salitang puso ang nagkatha sa pagitan ng mga tawa. Ikaw ang nagdulot ng saya, magpagpadalo'y pabasa mga agos na gawa sa luha ng isa. O kaya'y manatili sa buhangin, ipang paa papunta sa iyo. Tingnan mo sa hingin, kay ganda mo ng tanawin, nari mo'y mga bituin. Ayos lang na hindi sa'kin, hagkan ka ang natatagong yaman na hindi ko magnanakaw. Parang panaginip ang makilala ka. Tanggap ko ang lungkot sa iyong mga mata. Kung ako si Sol at ikaw naman si Luna, na minsan lang magtagpo. Kay ganda ng ating pagtagpo. Tingnan mo ang salamin, kay ganda mo ng tanawin, ani mo'y mga bituin. Ayos lang na hindi sa'kin, ikaw ay bigay ni Bathala. Ang istorya ng mortal sa diwata. Hindi ako magsasawa sa'yo. Reflection mo'y ikin ang mata. La 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 la. Yay! That was my last song.
Yay!
Hello.
What's up, Jello? During your set, you said one word that I have a feeling caught the attention of most listeners, and that word is assurance. Napaka-big word ng assurance.
Okay, yeah, it is. It really is. Kaya nga, it's my love language. Underrated dati. I don't know if it's underrated. I don't know. But
It's
yeah,
something that we need in this in our time, especially sa generation natin
yeah,
ngayon.
actually, yeah. And even during this lockdown, honestly, because some of us have made friends for sure ngayong lockdown. Tapos, what if it's just temporary? I don't know. I'm scared of temporary things sometimes. But yeah,
How do
yeah,
you
we
how
need
do
a
you give assurance to other people since it's your love language?
Oh yeah, I suck at it. But I'm really low maintenance though as a friend. So my assurance is I communicate talaga. Communication is really important to me. Though I'm not good at starting conversations, but when someone starts a conversation with me, I assure them that yeah, sorry, I'm just busy or I'm not really good at talking to people right now. So that's a struggle
Actually,
for me.
I remember you busking around the streets of Naval, and I actually wanted to approach you, but I was too shy.
Yeah, we talked those suggestion Tatsun, diba?
Yeah,
Right?
we didn't. We talked to Justin Pats, and also during prom.
Yeah, so I assured you na, oh yeah, I know you, don't worry. So that's it.
Yeah.
I may not look like I want to talk to people. I do. I really
But what
do.
after the COVID, after this whole COVID mess, I would still be able to see you at Naval. I mean, it's one walk away from
Probably
my dorm.
for you. I'm from Cavite, so
So
when we're asked
you
to
commute?
perform, yeah, every time when I have a gig, I'm a South boy, so
Oh, South Boy. I hope to see you
but it's
soon, though.
fine.
Yeah, I mean, I
Of
was
course.
inspired and also a bit nasaktan ako sa, ayun, yung second song mo, yung magsawa ka na, ganun. Aww.
Magsawa, okay.
Well, ang
It
mabibigay kong
serves its
assurance
purpose.
sa'yo, ang mabibigay kong assurance sa'yo is hindi ako magsasawang pakinggan ka. Yee! Nice, nice, nice.
Oh, guys. Mababaw naman eh, pero okay. Thank you, Patricia. That means a lot. It's been hard. Joke lang. Okay. Yeah, it's been
Where can we hear
Thank you.
more of your songs, aside from Spotify, of course?
So, there are some videos on YouTube. It's not mine, but there are videos on YouTube from past guestings, interviews, and also I have a SoundCloud where I don't upload much, and please don't expect some of my old songs really suck, sa recording wise, and especially though I had this bad habit of I talk a lot. I have this bad habit of when I figure out a new song that I wrote, I just record it immediately and post it on SoundCloud without even perfecting it. So the old songs, disclaimer, they're really bad. So the rough demos I've uploaded lately, they're rough demos, so they're like straight from the recorder. But it's the most raw kind of recording. So yeah, I have a SoundCloud. All of my social medias are Jello semicolon anyways, so you can find me there. It's Jello with the semicolon symbol, or you can spell website.com/. Jello semicolon. GELOSEMICOLON. Yes.
Yes, yes,
That's where you can find me.
and yes, we will definitely reach and find you, Char. We will definitely hear more of your songs, and I hope you guest in more of our shows too.
Yeah, I was watching kanina. I was switching YouTube, Facebook, YouTube, Facebook. It's been fun.
Yeah, and
It's like
Indigo
jumping
has
from game.
told me a lot of good things about you.
Aw,
So yes,
I miss
I hope we meet soon and really hang out, hindi yung hi hello lang and masyado ko nahiya ganun.
it. But I'm just really I turned into an introvert last year. So anyways, that's TMI. Next up is Sophia, right?
Yes,
She's
yes.
great
And
as well.
I have
Great
a
artist.
feeling that we are all introverts right now. We're all slowly turning into introverts.
I mean, it benefited me more, honestly. So communicate with me. I'm just misunderstood sometimes, but okay. Joke. Okay.
Okay,
Anyways,
okay.
thank you.
Anyway, so yes, thank you. Thank you for guesting, and we will talk
I'll be
soon.
watching sa YouTube.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Bye bye. So that was Jello semicolon, everyone, and I hope you enjoyed his pieces and his poems and also his two songs. You can reach him to Spotify and also check out his Twitter, Jello semicolon. For our next artist she is a fine arts graduate who also likes to paint with words. Spoken word poetry found its way into her heart in 2012 and it's never left since. She is the resident artist of Para sa Sining. Let's give it up for Sophia. Hello, Sophia.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Sophia. What's up?
Hi. Thanks for
So,
having
are you ready? Yes, of course, of course. We'd love to have you. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes. Okay, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Sophia Paderes. I'm a spoken word poet from Manila, Philippines. I've been doing spoken word poetry, doing gigs since 2014. I think, well, it's a long time. And yeah, I'm really glad that I get to do it again for you guys tonight. Thank you, We Poetry Global, for inviting me. Thank you to Indigo. Love you. I'm going to be sharing a few poems with you tonight. So trying to follow on the theme of home. And this is also a special request actually by Indigo. So I'm gonna start out with that. This poem is called Metaphors. So this poem is about love, basically. I wrote this poem for a couple of friends of mine who got married a few years ago. We started out as best friends and like falling out, then back together and all of these things. And at their wedding, they asked me to write a poem about that, about their love story, basically. So I wrote a poem about a love that stays through thick and thin. And this doesn't have to be romantic. This could be a love that you find between you and your best friend, between you and your siblings, your parents, or just friends. Ayun. So again, this poem is called Metaphors, and I hope you enjoy it. Some say there is nothing more beautiful than the sunrise, and how the sun's lips slightly spin over the face of the earth and bathe it in soft colors, a gentle reminder that the darkness is over. And some say there is nothing more beautiful than oceans, because no matter how far they are swept away, the waves always find their way back home to shore, healing it over and over again. And some say there is nothing more beautiful than galaxies, how no star tries to outshine the other, every form simply coexisting in a dance of unnamed colors. In space, even death is a sight to behold, a firework display of moon dust and leftover breath from the mouth of God. But I have to disagree, for I have never before seen anything more beautiful than love in its purest form, conquering death, every sliver of fear, every earth-shaking storm. For loving you is sunrise. We have seen each other's midnight, yet still we choose to forgive, knowing that when light breaks, it covers even the places we thought were beyond love's relentless reach. And loving you is oceans of pushing and pulling, hurting and healing, but we have promised to be there through high tides and low tides, because I know your moon will always draw you home to me. And loving you is galaxies. I have never before felt anything so alive, so vast, that even after claiming we already know all the colors and all the coordinates of our maps, there are still so many stars, so many flames, so many meteorites we still haven't named, and that's okay, because loving you is only the beginning. Thank you for choosing my hand for yours to hold on this crazy, never-ending journey, and maybe one day we'll find the right words to compare it to what loving each other is like, even if we both know there aren't any. Oh, there aren't any. Thank you. So that poem was called Metaphors. Hope you like that. And if you like that, you can check out my work on hellopoetry.com/Sofia Paderes. Just search up. I post a lot of my stuff there. Oh. Hey! Oh, thank you, Indigo, for requesting that. I'm touched that you like that poem. There's a time I was kind of iffy, performing that in public. I don't know why. I guess because I associated it as a personal poem between myself and those friends. But then now it's become one of my favorite pieces to perform. So for my second poem, again, following on the theme of home in a way, and this is also, if for those who have heard my poems before, you'll know that I love to use nature in my poetry, like as a metaphor or anything, just insert something about the ocean in particular. I love the beach. I miss the beach. Hope I get to go there again after this quarantine. So for my second poem, I'll be performing a poem called Beachcomber. So I wrote this for my best friend, who I met like somewhere in between my college life. And this is a time that we were still like just friends. I know you're watching. Hello. This poem is called Beachcomber. So this was a time that he was telling me about a lot of people who have come and gone in his life, and how sometimes it made him feel like, is there something wrong with me? Why are there so many people leaving or seeming to move on? And so I used that idea in this poem to tell him that, just like, hermit crabs, right? Who, when they get bigger, they outgrow their shells, so they have to move on to a bigger shell. It's not the shell's fault that the hermit crab has to move on. And so maybe the shells feel, I mean, of course, shells don't have feelings, but for the sake of the poem, it's good that they feel they're worthless because, the hermit crab has to move on to another shell. But there are people who are called beachcombers who collect empty shells and find them beautiful. So this is a message to everyone who feels worthless or not enough because people have left or people have outgrown them. There's always going to be a beachcomber in your life who's going to find you valuable and beautiful, even if you feel like you don't have any worth anymore. So I hope you enjoy this poem again called Beachcomber. It's not just on sunny days that I thank the salt waters for bringing you to me. But it was sunny that day. I was walking barefoot on the beach thinking it all looks the same. Sun, sand, sky, sea. But then I saw you. Could have been anyone else. Do you realize how much you look like the rest from afar? But in my eyes, the light seemed to bounce only off of you, and for some reason, I stopped. And I'm glad I did stop. Long enough to pick you up. Long enough to feel every rise and every fall. Long enough to feel your edges rough and sharp that sometimes hurt the hands that hold you, and you sometimes hurt me, but don't wish to be washed away just because you have. I know that you love the sun, but sometimes its sun rays bring out darkened daydreams of blue embraces, and you've tried leaning your head in its arms once or twice. I know that you get tired of the ocean and how its waters break against your back day after day, but know that each time they do, a piece of your past chips off. A bit of weakness is made strong. The ocean is shaping you. It isn't finished with you just yet. Don't forget this. I hope you see yourself as more than leftovers. I mean, who hasn't had someone leave them before, but you are not its ghost. There is beauty in the way you've kept your shell, in the way you still hold against the currents, in the way you refuse to let wind and weather steal your colors, but maybe you don't see it. Or maybe you're waiting for the perfect pair of hands and eyes to see it for you. And I'm not the perfect pair of hands and eyes, but I see it. I do. And I hope you let me help you make it through. There's still so many sunny days we've left to walk in. Thank you. Again, that poem was called Beachcomber. I hope you liked that. Now for my, yes, how much more time do I have left? Okay, I think 3 poems is okay. So I'll go with my last poem. I usually don't end with this poem, but I felt it was very fitting for also what's been happening and going on lately. Especially 2020 in general has been just, very eventful, if I can say. And for a lot of people, they feel like, oh my gosh, is this it? This is the end of the world. So I'll be performing. I don't perform this so much, but I also enjoy performing this. This poem is called A To-Do List, End of the World Edition. So I wrote this poem for a gig with the end of the world kind of theme. And I realized, a lot of people write about what they do if the world were to end tomorrow. Like they'd write everything they do for today. But I decided to write my poem about what I would do if the world were ending today, like as it was happening. What are the things I would probably do? And I'm not sure if the world were actually ending, I would be able to do all of these things. But this is a good an idea of it. And I guess in a way you could relate this to home. Because, the earth is home to us. But when the world does end, if you believe in this, the end of the world is actually just making its way for the real home, new world, a new earth that we're all gonna experience. I mean, if you believe in that, you know what I'm talking about. Talking about the kingdom of God. So again, this is called a to-do list, end of the world edition, and I hope you like this poem. If the world were to end tomorrow, today would just be today. Lunch would just be lunch, depending on which day, and the sun would rise and the sun would set, and I would probably be leaving a lot of things unsaid because how am I supposed to know that the world is going to end tomorrow? If the world were to end tomorrow, I would take the idea of tomorrow and leave it to gather dust until the sun's fingers came to pluck it from my grasp, and I would not mind letting it go. For if the world were to end tomorrow, tomorrow would be the most beautiful thing to ever happen to this world since God first sang, "Let there be light." And there was light. And tomorrow again. So if the world were to end tomorrow, here's a list of things I would do tomorrow. Number 1, cook some hot sticky rice for breakfast. These little legs of mine will be needing all the energy they can get for some spontaneous visits and last-minute attempts on trying to save the child who dug his own grave in the first place, but is now standing at its mouth asking himself if this is what heaven looks like. Number 2, make my way to the resting place of the one I love most. Smile. I don't know if it would be wide or not. Leave a note in green ink. See you soon. Hug the stone angel that used to give you comfort when you had just lost your mother. Hum a hymn on my way out. Leave the gate unlocked. Watch the street children pour in. Number 3, run back to the walls placed in my path, dance around 7 times while singing psalms until they fell, if they fell. Or maybe I would stumble around 7 times while crying and screaming mercy until they fell, if they fell. For love harder. Carry around words of fire, vomiting flames of spirit and life to keep the virgin's lamps burning. They need to know that their groom is returning. He just needs to make sure that everything will be made pure in time for their wedding. And they need to remember that death is not the final destination, but only the beginning of a new journey in which everywhere you look, your car window view is a valley of dry bones coming to life. And if they still refuse to listen, I swear I will only love them harder. 5, pretend as if I am dying, then whisper stories of hope into the ear of the kind stranger that kneels down to help me. For some people, only listen when shouts have become echoes. 6, ask around for directions and instructions on how to finish off this list I am making. Take the hands of whoever has the right answers or of whoever has the same on their sheet of paper, run to any place we can call shelter and sing praises quietly, loudly. Sing with nasal tones and chest tones and head tones. Sing until our lungs collapse beneath us. Sing like our shaky notes can pierce the darkness. Sing like the moon is still shining and the sun isn't darkened and the stars haven't yet fallen. Sing until we see glory bleeding from the sky. And 7, weep with gladness. For here comes God for the second time singing, "Let there be light." And there was light, and today again. Thank you. That's all the poems I have for tonight, and I hope you enjoyed that. Again, you can check out my poems on hellopoetry.com/Sofia Paderes, or also on my Facebook page, Sofia Paderes Poetry, where I post gig updates, everything. Oh, thank you, We Poetry Global, for having me.
Yay, thank you, thank you. And yeah, I really do. I was listening throughout your set, and I related to your second piece, the one with Michelle, yeah, about losing someone. And yeah, it doesn't have to be a romantic thing, but it's really all about moving on. And it's something that we all would need to go through kahit bata ka pa, kahit anong age mo. And it's really it's inspiring, and I really do thank you for that, and I'm glad I was able to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and um, from what I've heard, that you're also an artist. So, um, how do you what do you use as your medium for your art?
Well, for visual arts, I really enjoy as a like traditional medium like drawing, painting, markers, things like that. And I've only recently tried digital art, like over the quarantine period. I've been trying digital art, but I still tend to use um, digital brushes that look like chalk or pastel or things like that. Yeah. So yeah, usually traditional
Yeah,
media.
usually, what uh what tungkol saan yung mga artworks mo?
I always like to talk about hope in my poetry a lot, or just anything really that has a story, or that would make people curious about. Sorry, my family is here. And anything that would make people curious about a different culture or learn something new. I enjoy I enjoy that as my topic usually for my visual pieces. So, yeah.
So if you were to, let's say, think of the wildest story that you could ever think of, what could it be about?
The wildest story. You mean
Yeah.
spoken word or for visual art?
Anything. It could be for spoken word and for your and then.
The wildest story. Oh my, wait, that's Does it have to be fiction or can it be like non-fiction? But
It can be anything. It's on your it's your choice.
I guess. Well, okay, it's been. Well, this is something that's really close to my heart. It's actually related to like social issues. So, I mean, the first thing that came to my mind for some reason was if you're not familiar with what's happening in Mindanao, there's a group of the general collective term of the indigenous groups who are not Muslim are called the Lumads. And I first encountered them in 2016, and I find that like a pretty wild story. How so they started their own schools with their own curriculum that's really that preserves their culture. Like they teach their students to plant, and they pass down all of the their history, epics, and pieces of their culture, things like that. But because they've been red tagged like as communist groups and everything, so their schools are being shut down. Some are even being bombed or militarized. So those students, because they're so passionate about their education, they found support from NGOs and churches to come to Metro Manila so they could continue studying, and then they just like seek shelter, refuge in any school or church that would take them in, and they continue studying. So I think that's a pretty wild story how they're so passionate about their education and preserving their culture that even if they're literally being attacked, like physically attacked, they still fight for that right to education. It's really inspiring because I mean, sometimes us, like, school's so usual to us. Sometimes we even get lazy to go to class and all. But these kids, as young as 7, 8 years old, are really fighting for the right to education. So yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, so yes, thank you for giving that wild story. And um now that since our topic is about home, um thank you for allowing us to be able to give an avenue for your art and for your poems, and I hope that you could also find a home in us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, and I guess we will talk soon about since you will be guesting more. I hope.
Yay! I'd love to. Game.
Game. I'm game with that. Anyway, yeah, thank you for your set. I'm good luck with
Thank you.
whatever it is that you're gonna do, and please do stay safe. And
Thanks.
that's what I wish for everyone din naman.
Thank you so much.
All right. Sige, sige. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that was Sophia. That was Sophia, and she talked about her home and her wild story about the Lumads. For our next artist, we are going to travel to another country, and she is a poet, musician, and an educator from Birmingham, England. She is a multiple slam champion and has performed in several countries, including USA, Hong Kong, Laos, Thailand, and South Korea. In also South Korea, she also founded and hosted a popular open mic event called Lyrically Minded. Her work has been featured on BBC in BBC introducing Groove Korea and The Word is Bond. Her debut poetry collection, Broken Compass, was published by Burning Eye Books in 2018. Let's give it up for Karis! Hello, Karis.
Hello, can you hear me okay now? Had a few problems producing. How are you?
I'm good, I'm doing well. It's currently nighttime here.
Yeah,
From what I see,
really.
it's
Must be past
daylight.
midnight there now, huh?
Yeah, it is. So yeah, the stage is yours. Enjoy.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for having me here, Indigo. I'm going to start with a poem. It was inspired by a boy that I used to teach when I worked at an international school in Laos. There's 4 different countries that I've called home: England, Northern Ireland, South Korea, and Laos. So this poem, as I mentioned, was inspired by a young boy I met in Laos. This is called Dragons. He believes in dragons. They're currently his favourite animal. Last month, it was tigers. 3 days ago, I marked his science test paper. Question 5. Name 4 living things. His answers. 1. Dog. 2. Cat. 3. Tree. 4. Dragon. I hastily scrawled dragons aren't real in the margin, whilst awarding him the full points on the technicality. Sorry, I just totally messed that one up. I'm going to read it from the book. I've never choked on that poem before. I've read it hundreds and hundreds of times. I'm very sleep deprived this week. Okay, I'll go back to it. The red ink stained my palms the moment my pen hit the paper. I had become Lady Macbeth, and all the perfumes of Arabia could not sweeten my little hand. I'm employed to facilitate the broadening of young minds, and how dare I tell this 8-year-old boy that dragons don't exist? Now we're in the classroom. I hand back every test paper apart from his, and I tell him I want to see him after the class. His nostrils begin to flare, and I know that if I gave him back his paper now, he'd screw it up into a ball and use it as kindling to further fuel his fire. After convincing him that he's not in trouble and bribing him with stickers, I finally get him to agree to stay behind at the end of the lesson. But he still insists on lining up with the other kids before pulling up a chair next to my desk. I get out his science test paper. I refer to question 5, complete with my scribbled out annotation. I point out the glaring error. I'm sorry, I say. I made a mistake. We all make mistakes sometimes, even teachers. That's okay, miss. I still think you're a good teacher, he says. Oh, thanks, I say. Hey, miss, didn't you say your dad comes from Wales? Yeah, that's right. Oh, miss, I love Wales. I mean, I've never been there, but I've heard it's beautiful. There are mountains and valleys and lots of dragons. Hey, miss, have you ever seen a dragon before? I see the longing for magic in his eyes. I take a deep breath. Yes, I say, I've seen a dragon, and it was magnificent. But do you know what? Not everyone can see them. I guess I must be really special, like you. And he smiles, contented with my answer. I'm teaching him maths, English, and science. And he's teaching me to believe in dragons again. Thank you. Yeah, I usually do that poem by heart, and I haven't been getting much sleep lately at all. And I've been volunteering for long hours, collecting and dropping off donations for people who are in need at the moment. So yeah, I think I need to read from the page from now on. It's a quick plug for my book. This book is called Broken Compass. It was published by Burning Eye Books, who are incredible small press based in the UK. Hopefully I'll be able to give you details later on how you can order the book. I'm going to get on with my next poem now. I know a lot of times when obviously we're going through a global pandemic right now, and so often when I see people posting and talking about it on social media, people will say, oh, don't bring politics into it. And I think, well, everything is political, particularly when we're going through a global crisis. And this poem is about somebody who I think we all have very strong opinions about, whether they be positive or negative. This piece started out as what's called a freestyle exercise. I was given the words pipe, accountable, and circle, and I made up like a kind of improvised poem / rap on the spot. Try and guess who it's about. He says he'll build a wall on Mexico's dime. He's given the go-ahead for the Dakota pipeline. He's filled his pockets through corporate crime, and now he's at an age that most would say is past his prime. But he's the leader of the free world, which is oxymoronic. This iconic business tycoon suffers from a chronic case of bigotry. He's dragging us down the slippery slope of no hope. He's a racist, sexist, homophobic dope who loves to gloat. He thinks he's invincible and insurmountable, so we need to unite and hold him accountable. We want the truth, not alternative facts, and we won't relax until he shows us all of his tax returns. But he'll never learn, because he's too narcissistic. He goes ballistic at the tiniest bit of criticism. So we attack him with our witticism and hit him in the ego, as his cronies circle jerk around him and hail him as a hero. But we will not be silenced. We must continue to shout, now that we're living in a dystopian nightmare that the sci-fi novelists warned us about. So I wrote that poem about 3 years ago, but the line about dystopian nightmare and living in a sci-fi novel seems rather apt for right now. I noticed a few people, unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to hear everybody's sets, but I believe it was Berlin was talking a lot about mental health, and it's a topic that I think a few poets have touched on. So I'm going to read this poem. I've struggled with depression and anxiety for most of my life. This poem's about my experiences, my personal experiences, both on and off medication. Circadian disruption, discombobulated mental function, frontal lobe malfunction not aided by the consumption of antidepressants, personality suppressants. It's hard to put the past behind you when it bleeds into the present. I dug my nails into my skin to test if I still have feelings. Now every word Trent Reznor wrote has more significant meaning. And now I'm peeling back the bandages, revealing hidden wounds that are still healing. And some days, I just want to feel human. It's like I'm living a fabricated existence like Truman, and then reality comes crashing down with a thud. I bit my tongue for so long, all I can taste is my blood. And they tried to fob me off with therapy and drugs, but there's no quick fix solutions, and days I just need a hug. Not fluoxetine or sertraline or any kind of amphetamine. I'm tired of living a scripted life projected onto a movie screen. But now I'm coming clean and severing the curtain cord. Because people like us aren't always found on a psychiatric ward. I'm backed into a corner by a plethora of mental disorders. A vicious trifecta, a sinister three-way. I haven't changed out of my PJs in 3 days. Huddled under sweat-soaked sheets, earbuds plugged into binaural beats. I can't face stepping out of the front door, let alone onto the streets. Wandering and roaming, can't fake it or phone in when my brain's been completely depleted of serotonin. And a robberous pattern, too deflated to flatten the face of the bloke who says, cheer up, love, might never happen. And you know, he wouldn't say that to anyone of his own gender. And I'm not being overly sensitive or too tender, but I switched my agenda. Made an appointment to see my GP back in November. And through all of the setbacks and the pitfalls and the down days and the duvet days, I have to remember that the meds aren't a sign of defeat or surrender. I'm going to do one last poem now. It's quite a short one. It's actually the opening poem from my book, and I thought it would be rather apt considering the theme for this month. This is called Home. I once found refuge in the arms of a person who told me that my body felt like home. I nested in the house of lies that they built for us until it was bulldozed to the ground with me trapped inside. And still I tried to rest my head on the rubble. It took some time for me to admit to myself that rocks aren't pillows. And so began my self-evacuation, my quest for emancipation. I returned to my motherland with some expectation that I could replant myself in my home soil. But the ground had become too alkaline and no longer nourished my roots. Every concept of home I previously knew had been felled or demolished. Nowhere felt safe anymore. Nowhere felt cozy. Now I'm living out of a backpack, carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders, gradually offloading my baggage. I am of no fixed abode, drifting across borders and time zones, and for once, I am settled. I am home. Thank you very much. Once again, my name's Caris Hannah, and thank you all for watching and listening.
Yes, Caris, that's a really, those are really nice poems.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I was struck by your third piece about home, and it's very in line with our theme, and it's difficult to lose home, but it's also beautiful to find another home for yourself.
Absolutely, yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, and yeah,
sorry,
hello?
carry on.
Yeah, and also with losing your home, there's also the challenge of maintaining yourself mentally.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, that poem was it was a metaphorical home. It was about the breakdown of a relationship. But then at the time, I was so I lived in South Korea for 5 years, and so that was my home for a long time. And then I went through a very terrible, difficult breakup, and so I was kind of traveling around Asia for a while, and I was in Vietnam when I wrote that poem. So yeah, it's kind of both about the physical home and also home as a metaphor for a broken relationship as well.
Yeah, it's more difficult for me. I mean, losing someone whom you've treated as a home for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely.
It can definitely scar you for a while.
Yeah.
Agreed. I hope you're doing well though. I mean, it's painful to lose a home. I hope you're doing well.
Oh yeah, I'm doing great, thanks. I mean, I wrote that poem. That poem was written about 5 or 6 years ago. So
it was a long time ago. Okay.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But you know, a lot of my, pretty much all of my poems are based on personal experiences. So there are some poems that I wrote 10 years ago. So they may no longer be relevant to my own life, but I still like to perform them because those are my experiences that have turned me into the person that I am now.
Yeah, I mean, poetry has its way of telling a story and also expressing what you felt at that moment.
Absolutely, yeah. They're kind of like journal entries.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that I love about it, and it's constantly evolving, and people who listen to it, they get their own meanings from the poems that you hear.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all subjective. Everybody has their own slight interpretation.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I get you. Um, um, I saw that you were holding up a book, and is it how many books have you released?
This is my only book. This was published in 2018. I am currently working on my second book, but I haven't made much progress with that yet, so I'm not sure when that will be out.
Oh wow, I hope that I can get a copy of that because I would love to read all
Oh
of
yeah.
your poems.
Okay. Well, I can. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, sorry. I mean, how can people get your book?
Okay. Well, there's two ways. You can buy it directly through me. My online store address, and hopefully I'll be able to type this out and put it on your poetry page. That would be great. But it's Carys Hannah, CARYSHANNAH .bigcartel.com, or you can buy it through my publishers who are called Burning Eye Books, and you can just search them on the internet. Also, if you follow my page on Facebook, which is Carys Hannah, again CARYSHANNAH, you can find me on there. I'm also on Instagram as Carys Hannah Poet as well.
All right. So yes, we will post all of the links on our page, and also we have a group called We Poetry Group. It's all of the artists that we got during our shows. They're all in there, and then you can also share your poems and all of the plans that you would want to do for the scene.
Lovely, thank you. You actually had a very good friend of mine perform here earlier, Jasmine Gardosi. We're from the same city. Yeah, we've worked together quite a few times. She's wonderful. She's actually one of my favorite poets in the world. She's amazing. I'm very honored to call her a friend. But yeah.
And also, I'm very honored to be able to watch the both of you live in one night.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks for inviting me to perform.
Yes, of course. And we would love to have you for a few of our other shows. I hope that you agree to it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to perform for you again. Maybe one day I can come out to Manila and perform for you there. I love Manila.
Of course, we will tour you around Manila.
I have been there, but I've never performed poetry there, so that would be a good opportunity.
Yes, of course it will be. So
wonderful.
Yes, let us know when you would ever get to Manila, and we would surely tour you around and get you in the ropes of what's happening here. And yeah, thank you for guesting in our show.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So that was Carys, everyone. And I hope she inspired you of all of her poems for tonight. And supposedly she was the last performer, but this is a live show and we have a lot of surprises. And you may have heard him from a while ago, but he requested that he would actually perform again and give us a few of his songs and pieces. And let's give it up for Mark Ramos. Hello, Mark. What's up, Mark?
Sorry, because I choked earlier, then my acid reflux attacked, and I got so anxious. So, ayun.
I hope you're doing well.
Susubukan ko ulit. But I'm with someone. I'm with Lakan.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Whoa, wait. I did not know that. So yes, good luck.
Di ko rin in-expect eh, pero
Oh, we poetry.
What's up, Lakan? Can you hear me now?
Yes, what's up, people?
Yes, so we have Lakan and Mark for a surprise performance. So yes, let's enjoy and sit tight because we are here to stay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lakan, and I'm with my son in the arts, Mark. And ano tayo ngayon? Medyo loosen up tayo ng konti. Let's enjoy. It's the last stretch, kaya chill lang tayo. Yeah?
madaling sabihin o kahirap gawin. Ganun pala kahirap tanggapin. Sa isip ko'y hindi ka maalis, nakakainis. Hanggang kailan ito matitiis?
Hindi ko alam kung ilang taon ako mag-aantay sa'yo, pero ito sasabihin ko. Nag-antay ako na sana dumapong yung pintig sa akin. Na ako ay pipintig rin sa iyong tadhana. Pero hindi talaga ganun ang nangyari. Pero ito masabi ko, masaya ako na kilala kita. Pero mas masaya ako na masaya ako sa sarili ko.
Ano bang nagawa ko sa iyo? Bakit parang kasalanan ko? Sorry. No.
Alright.
You got this, Mark.
Malinis.
Woohoo!
Disente ka lang magbihis. Daig mo pa yung politika. Dinaig mo pa umakting yung artista. Madaling sabihin o kahirap gawin. Ganun pa kahirap tanggapin. Sa isip ko'y hindi ka maalis, nakakainis. Hanggang kailan ito matitiis?
Hindi na ako magtitiis sa'yo. Hindi na ako magtitiis sa mga baka, sa mga sana na ibibigay mo dahil alam ko, sigurado ako. Sigurado kung sino ang dapat minamahal nitong puso ko. Alam mo kung sino yun? Ako.
Please lang, wag mo nang baliktarin. Walang iba kundi ikaw ang salarin. Tumingin ka muna sa salamin bago mo husgahan at pahiyain. Ang lupit mo magmalinis, porke disente ka lang magbihis. Daig mo pa yung politika. Dinaig mo pa umakting yung artista. Madaling sabihin, okay hirap gawin. Ganun pala kahirap tanggapin. Sa isip ko'y hindi ka maalis, nakakainis. Hanggang kailan ito matitiis?
Woo!
Madaling sabihin, okay hirap gawin. Ganun pala kahirap tanggapin. Sa isip ko'y hindi ka maalis, nakakainis. Hanggang kailan ito matitiis? Woo!
Woo! All right.
Woo! So that
That's
was
how we roll, people.
Woo! Pahinga
I'm
din.
so proud of you, Nak.
So, I don't usually, hindi ako laging ganto. Pero siguro dahil first time ko sa gig na to, sa online gig, ayun, kaya ako inatake. So, ayun, sorry sa, sorry sa, di ko alam, basta sorry. So, ayun. So, for my last song, ang kakantahin ko is, ang title ito is, ano ba? Yung ano na lang, bagong luma na lang. So, ayun. Ilang buwan pa lang ang nagdaan, ang bilis mo naman para malimutan. May nahanap ka agad na iba, hindi pa ba sapat sa'yo na ikaw lang ang inibig ko?
Go for it, Mark.
Hindi pa ba ako sapat? Ibinigay naman sa'yo lahat. Atensyon ko at oras inilaan. Ngunit sarili ko'y napabayaan. Ganito talaga pag tinamaan ka na, mapapakanta ka na lang bigla. Ilang buwan pa lang ang nagdaan, ang bilis mo naman para malimutan. May nahanap ka agad na iba, hindi pa ba sapat sa'yo na ikaw lang ang inibig ko? Saan ba ako nagkamali? Shit. Ako'y nagkamali. Ang sabi ko ay maghintay, ngunit bakit hindi nakapaghintay? May takdang oras ang ating iibigan. Ano ba yun? Bakit pa hindi ka mapakali? Please lang naman, teka lang. Ako'y napapagod. Pagod na rin ba? Ilang mo
Yes mo naman.
para malimutan. May nahanap ka agad na iba. Hindi pa ba sapat sa'yo na ikaw lang
Iniibig ko.
Kakalimutan na kita. Ibabang lahat sa limot sinta. Sana ay tunay na ikaw ay maligaya kahit na hindi na dahilan. Ilang buwan pa lang ang nagdaan. Ang bilis mo naman limutan. May nahanap ka na iba. Hindi pa ba sapat sa'yo at sa'yo lang ay guys, sorry. I messed up big time.
No.
Actually, alam mo na, we should all be scared when we don't mess up. That means it's not organic. Hindi siya natural. Kaya okay lang na magkamali. Basta umiibig ka, masaya ka, sa ginagawa mo, sa sining mo. That's the most important thing.
Tsaka isipin mo, this is our first month, and we started out as ang kalat na. We had a lot of technical difficulties, and lahat na ng nangyaring mali, nangyari dun sa pilot episode namin. But we pushed through. And here we are, like 1 month from that first day. Pero we learned a lot, and we've been going on for about 5 hours now. Tas ang nakita na natin yung mga poets, and nakapag-perform na kayong lahat. So it doesn't have to be perfect on your first time.
Yeah, and also our mistakes do not define who we are. It's how we rise from it every single time. Kaya the most important thing for me, I am so proud of you because you personified everything every single week that we have done this. You showed it tonight. You and your bravery of saying, you know what? No, I will not have those mistakes earlier. Own me. I'll perform because I love my art and I love the music that I do. So I'm so proud of you, Ana.
Thank you, Tay.
I'm so proud.
It's just that na sanay na akong mag-gigs tapos nakapag ilang open mic na ako virtually tapos ngayon pa ako papalpak.
Hindi siya palpakan na.
Ngayon pa ako
Para sa akin. Para sa akin, hindi siya palpakan na. Ang sa akin, ang pagpalpak ay ang paghinto. Pag huminto ka. At hindi ka huminto. Nagpatuloy ka. For me, that's awesome.
Thank you, Tay.
For me, yeah. I mean, that's why you're my son.
Yes.
We go and fight and we go on because we love our songs, our poetry. So I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, Tay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Supposed to be kanina, ayoko na, pero parang ito yung ginusto ko eh. Bakit ka ganito? Parang question ko yung sarili ko like it's my first time. Pero yeah, I will do better next time. Mas pagigihan ko.
Yeah.
Saka sinabi mo na din, ginusto mo to. Kaya panindigan mo. Be better on it next time. And ngayon, it's just a minor hiccup.
Yeah. The hiccup, we all have hiccups, like I mean, not like I don't have that. I have a lot. But the thing is, like para sa akin, it's that process of like you saying, you know what? Yeah, I'm wounded. Yeah, I've gotten hurt. Yeah, I've messed up my lines. But you know what? I'm gonna continue on because I love who I am and I love the things that I do. And this is me. And I love it. So, and we have a message to send. Kaya yung dalawang kanta mo na yan, parating mo na yan dun sa taong yan,
or pero shout out sa inyo. I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Yes, pwede
you
mong
are.
borrow din, tapos parating ko din. Char!
Oh! Okay.
Joke lang, we are live.
Oh, sorry. By the way, we have people like watching us. But hindi tayo nagkukwentuhan lang dito. Sorry, guys. But hey, we're home, right? So we can do that.
Yes. So, I just want to tell sa mga nahihiya, parang kung gusto niya talaga, wag kayo magpapakain sa kaba kasi ayun, tinan niyo nangyari sa akin. Yun yung effect. Pero kung iisipin niyo na kaya niyo, walang imposible. Kakayanin niyo yan. Ayun.
Absolutely.
Naalala ko nung first time ko sa Jess and Pat, sobrang masuka-suka din ako. Hindi ko na-execute na maayos yung songs. So, yun.
But last February, that wasn't the case when you performed for what? 200 people?
The tanghalian gig yata yun. Oo.
Yeah.
Kaba doon, hindi ko lang kung bakit ayun pa ako kinabahan. Parang sa tanghalian gig I did well, pero dito, but ngayon pa, parang ganun.
Minsan, I mean, for all the artists out there also, this is a good example also that we should never rest on our victories. It's a continuous learning process as an artist. We should never stop learning. So this is the perfect opportunity for you to grow, and you are growing. So
kahit gaano ka kasanay sa mga isang bagay, pero pag minsan talaga may may off day ka, may off night.
Yeah.
Kaya okay lang 'yon sa mga nagfi-fail, huwag kayo titigil.
Absolutely.
Titigil.
Tuloy lang. Sulong.
Sulong. Woo! Okay na.
Yeah.
I'm good.
That's great. Yan.
I'll be back stronger, guys. Promise yan.
For sure. Ikaw, Baba.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I love you, anak.
Good day.
All right, I love you, son. I think we are done for this, for our 5th episode. Hello, host. I'm not the host.
Hello, Lakan. What's up?
Actually,
What
tonight
up?
you're not. You
Oh,
should
we
be,
are.
but
Yes.
Hello,
So we
two hosts.
are almost at the end of the show. Pero
Very
one thing is
nearly.
different right now. Kasi what we are gonna do, tayong tatlo yung magka-close ng show ngayon.
Oh, okay. Let's do this.
So, okay, first of all, for everybody watching, hi, it's Indigo. I will explain 2 things. This embodied voice for half of the show was not me. That was producer, chief tech officer, and VP extraordinaire Patricia. Also been with me for since day 1. And then there's Lakan, who, at this point, if you don't know who Lakan is, you will. Somebody has his bio. Patricia, do you have his bio?
Oh my God, please do not. Oh my God,
I'm gonna
what's happening?
check. Or
Because I mean, he
Please.
performed, and it's only fair. We read
I'm
all the
going to, like,
performer
hide.
bio.
Yeah, since we're gonna do this, the three of us are gonna do this.
He
So
performed, so we should tell everybody who he is.
let's show everyone how
My
great he
God.
is.
No.
So yes,
So
he is a poet. Oh, hello.
we can stop there. I'm a poet.
No, you're not just a poet.
Filipino international poet.
He is a poet from the Philippines. He started poetry in of course the Philippines, but he also shared his art in 6 countries such as the History Channel HistoryCon 2018, the Hong Kong New Music Festival, Singapore Migrant Literature Festival 2019, and since September 2017, he had performed in more than 1,500 events and had been featured
Yeah.
in newspapers, magazines, radio, TV, and other media platforms. He also established art collectives such as Alabatinag Pilipinas, Alabatinag Singapura, and he is the co-founder of the weekly special that we're doing, which is We Poetry.
Yeah, co-founder, CEO, original host until it landed on my lap, which is not a complaint. That is the fun. Okay,
Hello,
so now
guys.
that you guys have that introduction, half of that set was in Tagalog, but I will tell you that if you witnessed that, you basically witnessed a very, very incredible father and son moment. They're not blood related, and that's actually what makes it even better. Because poetry, art in general, brings people together, but poetry has a way of pulling you in to somebody's realm until there's nothing to be done but for your art and their art to collaborate somehow. I mean, Mark is a testament actually to the kind of mentoring partnership you get from Lahan, because the kid had a panic attack earlier and yet he pushed through and he did great. The Tagalog word he kept repeating was palpak, which somebody's gonna correct me if I'm wrong. Generally means when you fail or leave, but
Here.
he did not. He
He
thought
did
he did, but he did not, because like Lahan said in Tagalog, which is why I'm explaining now, is he was brave, and really that's all he needs to do. One step, one small step of courage, and you can do incredible things, right, Lahan?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
That's the one.
That's what we
Absolutely.
poetry. That's what we poetry is for Lahan, for me, for the team. It was a brave step into something hardly any of us have done in terms of being online. You know, we're all in the middle of a pandemic. We're all under lockdown. We haven't literally seen each other physically since we started with poetry. Like we've all been in our homes, keeping safe, doing what we can, and somehow we've been able to open doors in pave ways. I mean, tonight we had, hermit crabs when they come out of their shell and they move. We had Lance Abellion, who apparently had never, from Laya, who apparently had never performed in English before. Trisha Lim had never written or performed a poem before. Harris, Hannah, and Jasmine Cardosi have been to Manila, but they had never really performed in Manila. Technically, they have now because of our live show, but also when they come later on, then they'll have an idea of what the warm scene is like. And personally, that's why I love this job. I love this company because this show, because We Poetry is really all about bringing people together. That's why it's We Poetry. It's about being brave. It's about just standing up for, the truth in poetry, standing up for love in poetry. And that's why tonight, for our first month, we started to talk about home and celebrating our in each other's homes wherever we are. From the bottom of my heart, if you are here 5.5 hours later, even if you're not, even if you tuned in just to catch one person, two people, or if you've been here since the beginning of time, to our sponsors, Amaya Gastro Bar, Z Hostel, in Makati, Amaya Gastro Bar in Malate, Dream White Away Coffee, the folks at Expat Choice Asia. To everybody that subscribed and liked to our channel. Subscribe to our channel, like our videos. If you haven't, feel free. To everybody that's ever greeted us, to all the artists who take time out of their day, wherever they are in the world, or their evening, depending on time zones. Thank you. In Tagalog, we say salamat. From the bottom of my heart and my poetry is as much as being able to connect people and having people share is a gift. The way that people have embraced us and taken our invitations and really been so game to share is a gift for us also. Every single week. Right, Lahan?
Yeah. I think Indigo has said it all for our 1 month anniversary, 1 month celebration, and yeah, and definitely we'll be expecting more from We Poetry in the next few months, because you know what, we're here to stay. We're not gonna. People have asked me if it's gonna be like in after COVID, are we going to stop doing this? No, we will not. This
Nope.
will continue on, and it is our commitment to 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 poetry itself, because we started something that we thought of, like paving, not just paving ways, but you know, in the COVID-19 crisis, we also thought of like, hey, you know what can we do to help also in this entire pandemic situation? And we said, you know, what do we have? We have our art, and we know people who would love to share their art. So what we did, we created a home. So, and 5 episodes after, that home is ever stronger than ever, and we're going to be reaching out to more and more poets from all around the world, and express and share their love for their art, and also reach out to other poets, just like earlier, Karis, and also Pierre and Jasmine and Cassie, and you know, and everyone all around, Anna from the US. So, and it's about bringing together in this safe playground that we call home. So yeah, I don't know if we're still gonna. Am I still gonna perform? Sorry, it's okay if I.
Yeah. I
no.
I was going to get to that, but thank you. I was going to say the boy makes a good point, but I was going to say that he's it's a good thing that I'm main host tonight and Patricia is like around, because Han doesn't give himself enough credit. We poetry largely started from like the rest of us just kind of there's something about a person that knows not just how to build homes but how to take care of them. And there's something about a person who gives so much, like all he ever does is pave ways for others. So we poetry celebrating its first month. And on behalf of the team, Lahan, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And that's kind of what I wanted to lead with. That I think it's only fitting, really, for everybody watching, for all of you to be sent off by the person that really started this more than any of us, to perform and to talk to you a little bit about something else we've got up this year, because like Alexander Hamilton, the man is non-stop. Tonight, the We Poetry leaves you with the incomparable, incredible Lahan.
All right, thank you so much, Indigo. Oh, okay, I shifted to like I modulated, but yes, I'll be talking about a few things. First is, yes, I launched it tonight together with our first month celebration. For people who are watching right now, I just launched a poetry masterclass. It's called Waris Poetry Masterclass. You can check it on Facebook, and the application will begin tomorrow, or should I say later, at 12 noon. And I hope to see poems and people who would love to like share and experience poetry with me in this journey. So Check it out. That's on Facebook. That's Waris Artistry. So check it out. Second, for We Poetry, I'm so excited because we have every Saturdays from 7 p.m. until probably this time. But come May, I would love to announce that we will be a full channel now because we'll be launching we'll be launching around 3 shows that will be spread around the week, featuring more poets, more poetry, more art, more poets from all around the world. And it's not going to be an open mic because open mic is Saturdays, but we're going to know more about poets and poetry come May 1, which is Labor Day. So we'll check out on that, and don't worry because we will have a lot of surprises coming out for you. And we're working very hard to provide better service. That's why, hello Zoom, thank you for powering us tonight. And that's what I'm going to talk about We Poetry. I will, for the other things that we're working on, you'll hear about it in the next few weeks. We have more surprises, but we'll get there when we release the news. So I was planning to share 2 poems tonight. I prepared it, but suddenly, in my true fashion, I'm ditching the 2 pieces that I wrote, and I'm going to do impromptu poetry tonight. I mean, this morning. Okay, do this. So, home. Okay, talk about home. 5 weeks ago, I thought that life would be ending for a lot of people, but I knew that mine was beginning. For some odd reason, I would find myself in my sleepless bed, trying to tuck away the fears that would help me be me, and suddenly say, you know what? No, I will not try anymore. I will not be succumbing to every single fear, every single tear that would carve my face. I will not have my fingers grapple the shadows. I will have that door open. I will open it continuously as I see fit, because I am a part of a bigger world, a bigger scene, a bigger stage where I am not the only one here, but I will have to share it because I want to share it, because it's about me and them that becomes a we. And that is by building every single block of that says, I love you every single time and I care every single second that passes by. I will have myself forgive and forgive and forgive every single minute that I would say stop, because you know what? Yes, there is strength in being quiet and resting. But after that, I rise to have that wall be built with every single glass that can break every time I touch it, because it evolves, it moves like the sea. It calls me. It calls everyone who breathes poetry. That we belong in the gigantic ocean where we can have the land touch the sun and say this is home too. Or the sky dives into a brook and calls it its solace. Or that river says to a volcano, I am solace to you too. That we are our own refuge, that we can like be whoever we want to be and still have our hands touch each other and say that I am here. I am here to stay. So I will not have my bed be my prison. I will have this bed shared with every single person who would love to love as well, to feel pain as well, to cry as well. When you talk about love lost, I will be there for you as much as you will be there for me too. With every single time that you would try to press that stop button, that square red button You say no, you're a circle that is non-existent really. When I see it the way I want it to be perceived, because I am an artist and I am meant to travel time to see what's beyond it. And it begins with a beating heart. So I will have the doors be made, not to close, but to open them, to remain open for everyone. That roofs will be made not just because it will shield us from the heat, the sun, or the rain and the storm, but it will give us warmth when we want to find peace. Because home is not really a place. No, it's not even the people that we meet every day. It's that moment that you say, I am here. Thank you. Hey, okay, I'm done. So that was impromptu poetry. As everybody knows, because it's very non-structured. I love doing impromptu because I feel so raw when I just express myself like that. And it's about being true to your message and to your voice, not thinking if it's excellent or it's award winning. No, or it will pay your rent or your bills. No. I think for me, poetry is about the embodiment of your most inner sanctum. So, and that's where your home is. And I would love to thank each and every brave soul, whether you have not discovered bravery yet. I want you to know that you can be brave. You can choose to be brave for you first, and then be brave for everyone else that you love. Yeah, be brave. Oh my goodness, you know. Oh, hello, hi, you're back on screen. So it was very brave of us because it has never been done before, doing weekly global poetry open mic, and we're like, you know what? Even if we only have one laptop and 5 Mbps of internet, no budget, no anything, and we're in lockdown. It's fine, we'll do this, and we're here. And our team, our family is growing, and I just want to say to everyone, thank you. Maraming salamat po sa pag-ibig, sa tiwala. Maraming salamat sa sining. So there, you can vote for me, joke lang. But yeah, but I'm so proud of Indigo hosting tonight's celebration, and of course Patiaco hosting also and taking care of our tech side. MJ, who's working on our social media. So the four of us are pretty much the we were there from the very beginning up to, and of course today and the days after. But for the other team members, it's not yet official, so I won't be divulging. But we have a meeting tomorrow, so it's gonna be official after that. And may mga ganun ako. And yeah, and I would love to invite everyone who would love to share their poems and their hearts to be brave and join us anytime that we have a show. So welcome home. So there, thank you very much. Oh, nagkakalat. Ano ba to? After party ba to? Anyway, but
I mean, could be.
yeah. Yeah, so this is not like a full show. This is an open mic, which is like amazing because it doesn't feel so structured and scripted and yeah, formal. So, but yeah, thank you everyone who's still watching. Hello, if you're from anywhere in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. But yeah. But yeah, how's your heart?
It's healing, Char.
We're going there.
Hey guys,
okay.
we are still live, okay? I almost
sorry.
cried a while ago.
It's
Okay,
6 a.m.
hello everyone.
We've been at
Shall
this
we,
for 6 hours. I mean,
All right, I think we're gonna have an after party, so feel free
yeah,
to
this is
join us.
Me
It's not
Poetry
gonna be
After Hours. So again, on behalf of our brilliant Lahan, on behalf of Miss MJ behind the scenes right now, running our social media, this embodied voice, producer Tech Queen Patricia, and me, your resident host and all around human being in the know. From the We Poetry family to your home. Thank you. Good morning, good night.
welcome home.
Welcome home. Like instant.